but you had to specify.
Okay, so it's 7 o'clock. We're going to start the workshop portion of our meeting, and Natalie, our city's planning consultant, has graciously offered to talk us through both the self-storage local law and updates on the accessory dwelling units law.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can start with the accessory apartments local law. That was the local law, the draft local law that was referred to the board at the last meeting. And I think we started the review, and we have some comments from the board that I can just remind us all what we talked about. But I think we noted at the top of that referral letter back to the city council that the discussion had just started, and the planning board wanted to kind of be able to continue that discussion. So that's what we can do tonight. So what got captured in the letter to the city council from our last conversation was that I think we mentioned that currently any application for building permits or construction or reconstruction over 1,000 square feet comes to the board for architectural review, and there was discussion about retaining some level of architectural review for ADUs as well, where there's discussion in the new law of removing that, so we can go back and talk about the specifics. I think there was also discussion by the board at the last meeting about not being confident that elimination of the minimum and maximum thresholds for floor area would actually facilitate additional ADUs in the city, which is the intent of the changes to the code, so we can kind of dig into that a little bit further. And then I think it was also mentioned, one of the comments in the letter was that the planning board reviewed the proposal. What's in the current proposed local law is that an ADU cannot be greater than 50% of the primary building footprint, and there was conversation about whether that should actually be total floor area rather than just necessarily the footprint of the building, but instead looking at the total floor area, both the primary structure and the accessory apartment. So those are the comments that were captured from the board in the last conversation. And you should have, I think, Mercedes, we circulated the materials already for this, so you have there's a large packet there, so I'm happy to go through the memo again of what the changes are, but kind of since we touched on that already at the last meeting, we can just start with conversation.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm reading through the mayor's letter to us, dated 4/2, just to kind of focus us in on what the mayor specifically is asking of us. Let's see. In referring to the proposed local law concerning accessory apartments to planning board review and comment for planning, the city council has requested that the city planning board specifically consider the language in section 223-24, which states that if an accessory apartment exceeds 50% of the primary building's footprint, site plan approval from the building board planning board is required.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So right now the language is for accessory apartments with a total square footage that is greater than 50% of the primary building footprint, the site plan approval from the planning board is required. So I think we have one comment there already that it should be the primary building square footage potentially, and not just the footprint.
Right.
And then, so that's one section if we want to dive into that.
And then anything below that threshold, what is the process?
So anything below that threshold, let's see, that goes down to, in the proposed section of the law, that's section J. So the building inspector shall have approval authority for all accessory apartments. This is the proposed language. For all accessory apartments, provided that all setback requirements and provisions of this section are met. Proposed accessory apartments, whether expansions or new construction that do not meet the setback requirements of this section, shall require site plan approval from the planning board. So I think the proposed changes here is what would be coming to the planning board right now as the local law is currently written is anything over that 50% threshold. So because there's criteria associated with why I think that you guys could review in terms of why that might be necessary. And then also if any of the setback requirements, which is already currently in the language, that they don't need to go to the ZBA, they can come to the planning board and have that conversation. So everything else would be approved by as it's currently written, would be able to be approved by the building inspector.
Building inspector, okay.
And the idea of that is to treat it more kind of just like building permits rather than site plan review. But I think what we heard at the last conversation was maybe they're not coming back for a site plan review, but there is still, if we want to think about what the criteria would be, but some ADUs, maybe in certain districts or HDLO overlays or something like that,
Yeah.
that we may still want to, the planning board may still want to retain review of those.
Yeah, that goes to what sounds to me his next paragraph. The council seeks the planning board's opinion on whether site plan approval should be required in such cases. Alternatively, should these applications be referred to the city's Architectural and Community Appearance Board of Review with design guidelines similar to those set forth in Section H? I think that's definitely worth talking about. Or should they be permitted as of right with only a building department review for compliance? I think that's something we should talk about as a board. Any thoughts, group, on that part of it? Sorry, just as a basis, right now, how does the language of the law address either of those?
In terms of what comes.
Architectural review?
Yeah, I think all accessory apartments come before you for site plan review unless they are within the existing structure.
The existing
Right
single-family
now.
home, not.
The existing single-family home.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so right now, everything comes to you
Right.
for full site plan review.
Right, so if something meets the 50% threshold, it comes to us, and then we review it, like like we would typically. And then, I guess the next layer is this concept of architectural review. So to some degree, we do architectural review on all applications that come before us.
Yeah.
Those that don't meet that threshold and go through building department, I guess he's asking the question.
Do you
of
want
whether
those to still come back, but
those
maybe
should
later
become-
on in the agenda?
What is the
Yeah.
mechanism? That certificate of appropriateness?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I personally think yes.
Yeah, me as
And so let's think about the different typologies of ADUs that might be helpful of whether we want to apply it to
Yeah.
all. So there's, within the primary structure, with no expansions to the primary structure. Some people are putting them in the basement or
Sure.
or attic. There's within the primary structure, but through an addition, where you are kind of expanding the primary structure. There's in an existing accessory building, whether within the existing, we've had some that are in the existing garage.
Garage, yeah.
Or we've had some expansions, right? And then I guess the other typology would be new construction of a standalone accessory structure.
I would say that the last three should come for architectural review and certificate of appropriateness. The first one, it's within an existing structure, it doesn't necessarily need to.
Those are, that's already kind of just going to the building inspector. So keep
Also-
that.
I'm sorry. If someone's expanding an existing structure, if they're making much of a change at all, it's going to be coming in front of us in the first place.
Right.
Right? So I think in terms of drafting a law, we probably just need to target the accessory buildings because that's what we're going to be missing.
Well, accessory buildings, but also there's the ADU criteria within an existing structure, unaltered, meaning you're just doing partition changes within your home.
Yeah,
Right? Then, then the next criteria on the list was those that alter that main residence to add an ADU, but otherwise affect the exterior appearance.
Right.
Right, so I believe that should fall into the category of coming
Well,
for
it's not that I
certificate.
agree
Yeah.
with that. I guess what I'm saying is I think that category is probably already coming before us.
In terms of a certificate of appropriateness,
Yes.
expansion of a single-family home.
Or
Just architectural review, because certificate of appropriateness is just for historic.
Okay.
HDL.
Okay.
Oh, so-
Then I
Yeah.
guess that makes sense then, yeah.
Yeah, so then actually, you make a really good point. We should be more clear, because it should be it should be at the
ARB.
level of an architectural review, ARB. And forgive me, I've used the term certificate of appropriateness. That's incorrect.
so basically you're saying if I put an addition on my house and put in an ADU, you want it to come here?
Yes, for ARB.
But
For
you don't have
ARB, not.
so if I put an expansion on my house and I'm not putting an ADU and it wouldn't come here?
That's a good point.
I mean.
I think it
I own
depends on the
home, I
square
want to put a bedroom
footage.
on, my family's expanding, I'm not putting an ADU, it's
That's
not
a good
coming
point.
to you, it's
But
building inspector only.
Yeah,
But you're also not creating an additional dwelling unit, because that changes, it's a different use.
Yeah.
It's basically a higher demand use, and that's kind of why I swung back over, and was like, no, you're right, that should actually really come in front of us.
So an addition that would not be for an ADU, that just would serve, your primary dwelling, if it's for 1,000 square feet or more, then it would come for ARB.
yes.
If it's under that threshold, whether it's to serve the primary dwelling or for an accessory dwelling unit, it's coming for ARB. The threshold for ARB is 1,000 square feet under our code.
That's 1,000 square feet of addition or in
Yeah.
total of addition? So if it's less than, if right now, if you're doing an addition less than 1,000 square feet, it's just going straight to the building inspector.
That's what the code says.
Now, I think we want to keep in mind that one of the intents of this was to make it easier to do the ADUs. So I would be cautious about adding restrictions that don't exist now, or recommending that sort of thing. So having an addition, right, that was an ADU would be an edge condition. There's a lot of situations where that's not going to have much of an impact on a neighborhood or the context of the neighborhood. Where it would, right, is there's two places where that could have an impact is an HDLO, right, where it's visible and it's an addition, or where you're adding to the front the street face of a house that's, let's say, set back in the back half of a lot, because a lot of, Beacon doesn't have a entirely uniform residential fabric. There's a lot of diversity here,
What I'd really like to throw out there, because I gave this a fair amount of thought, and it was really probably my biggest takeaway on this, is I don't really know that the 50% threshold makes sense. Or rather, I don't think it's really the best metric to use.
It feels arbitrary.
It's not that it feels arbitrary. It's, unless I'm missing something here, the big picture idea is if you're building something big enough, we want to take a look at it.
Yeah.
So the two problems with this are, first of all, if you've got somebody that has a large building footprint on their current lot, they can build pretty large without this coming in front of us. And on top of that, that could actually be exactly the scenario where we want to review it, because they're basically covering up too much of the lot.
You make a good point, 50% of a 10,000 square foot house, although how many of those are there? That's a lot of new construction.
Then the second thing is, we want this to be a matter of easy application, meaning, right, because we're trying to encourage this, meaning, when I was doing my own accessory building, and there's the restriction based on your footprint, I remember I took a tape measure and did all these measurements to figure out exactly what my footprint was. A hard and fast number, like 500 square feet, is a lot easier for people to grapple with an actual application.
That's a good point. If you look strictly at simplifying, from the applicant's standpoint, much easier
Yeah.
to dictate a square footage maximum, as opposed to a percentage. Very good point. Yeah, please.
To respond to what Kevin just said, there are some streets in Beacon that are uniform with historic housing, and
I don't think your mic's on.
okay, sorry, I probably want to move.
I got it first.
There are some streets in Beacon that are relatively uniform with historic housing, and I think we should look at ADUs, maybe not so much in terms of a threshold, but just in general, because I'm seeing some things, now that they've been built, that have come for us, and thinking, wow, that looks like a lot more, disharmonious with the surroundings than I ever thought it would, looking at elevations without seeing the context of it. And we do have places that housing is very disparate, but I think we need a little bit more review rather than less.
Okay, but there's another aspect to it, which is single-family homeowners, right? That the case that gets argued all the time is like, I'm getting old, I don't need that space, I want my mother-in-law to live there, or I want to make, whatever. Those are really beneficial things for a lot of people that don't have huge lots and don't have larger houses, right? And so that's an opportunity you don't want to limit. And those are also the people that have the least ability and experience, like hiring architects and engineers and getting access to financing. So there's a sort of a level for some homeowners that would benefit from it the most, right? That you don't want to prevent it from that opportunity. You don't want to prevent them from having that opportunity. You see what I'm saying?
I do, but I don't know if the percentage of cost of appearing before the board, they have to probably hire an architect no matter what to build an addition on their home, or it's one thing if they're going to refinish a basement.
Right.
But I think there's a threshold where it's like imagining that they are they have enough resources to build an accessory dwelling unit, but they're gonna get crushed if they gotta come with their architect before the board for review. That's gonna be the straw that broke the camel's back.
But the council's trying to make it easier for people.
I understand that completely, and I get it, and I'm still not comfortable with reducing the level of review. So I know that I'm giving them the answer they don't want to hear, I guess, but I feel strongly about it, so.
Well, they want our input.
Yeah.
That's why they're asking.
Yeah. So I agree with two aspects. One, David, your point about this idea of percentage, I honestly believe we should stick with the
1,000.
square footage, whether it's 1,000 or not. I don't know if we want to, or have the time to debate that.
Yeah.
Or whether it's arbitrary or not, I don't know. We can talk about it, but I think just in terms of the simplification aspect,
Yeah.
it's better as it is
Yep.
currently. And then this idea of review, I mean, we could test it out and see how challenging it makes Brian's life. That they don't need to come to.
Or you can think back to like past applications that you've reviewed, right? Let's think back to the last few ADU applications. Has there been significant on additions on accessory apartments within garages or accessory apart? Has there been
a lot of them?
There hasn't been.
I think that's number one, and
Yeah.
maybe that's what the council is sort of reacting to. I don't know, in that the process is too prohibitive. But at the same time, I think that if there are, and again, I think we need to also then talk about what the controls in place and the mechanisms for Brian would be. If there is a whole series of applications that only go to building inspector.
Yeah, I mean, it would be what's in the code, right? So it would be the setback, meeting the setback requirements, meeting the lot coverage, the height requirements.
Yeah.
I think what's in here.
And that's a whole lot of firepower right there already, right? When you think about scale, context, then I think maybe what we're getting at is a little bit more the aesthetic, right? Context in terms of neighborhood. That's always, falls into this realm of subjective and challenging in and of itself. So,
And to that point, there is proposed additional language in here about setbacks. There used to be conversations just about the setback of the ADU from the property line.
Yeah.
And now the council has added language about recognizing where structures are on adjacent parcels as well. So if you're within, let me find the language. It's like if you're within 10 feet, let me find the language. If you're in 10 feet of not only the property line, but if there's another structure, and the idea there is then you're thinking a little bit more about window placement, doors, lighting, access like that, impacting your neighbor. That's new language that's added. Let me find it.
Yeah, here it is. It's, application to the ARB would be required if the proposed use is less than 10 feet from the property, I think that is meant to be property line, and within 20 feet of any dwelling unit on an adjacent property.
so they're bestowing
So
on
that
us.
would trigger
If you're
ARB.
R15, it's just automatic, basically. So if you're R15, it's just
It's
automatic,
automatic,
basically,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Depending
Like
where
you're
you're,
likely
depending
not
where
to.
you're placing it on your parcel. If
Well,
you have a long skinny lot and you're putting it in the back and the other house is towards the front like yours is, then you might not start triggering, you're right? It depends shape of your lot and where the structures on the adjacent lots are.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
definitely, just like I said, on a
here
50
we
by
go.
100-foot lot, most
Yeah.
proposals are going to be hitting this.
So there's
Yeah.
another provision that says specifically for the R110, R17.5, and R15, then the setbacks are smaller for what it
5
would
feet,
trigger.
that's right.
Yeah.
Actually, I had a note on that. We need to
Yeah,
add
5
the
feet
lit-
from the
word
property
only.
line and 10 from a dwelling unit. Yeah, 5 feet from,
And I think about
Setback.
some of the more recent applications, that particular subject, setbacks and distance to neighbors, and other, in most scenarios, either other residents or other accessory dwelling units,
Yeah.
some of these can get pretty tight.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of consideration that should go into how these relate to each other.
Yeah.
With such minimal setbacks.
Yeah. So I think that's why it's saying that those ones would trigger I think right now we have that as ARB. So
Yeah.
not that it's not permitted, but if you're doing that, then somebody should be looking at it with a little bit more discretion to think about window placement, lighting, door
Yes.
placement, things like
So
that.
that I think we all agree with.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. Go ahead.
Let me throw one thing out there real quick, because I think it's something that the city council should be thinking about while they're making these amendments, and it otherwise comes up in connection with an application tonight. But the section that addresses accessory buildings, and we were talking about this at the last meeting, and it has that provision in there saying the upper level, any upper level will only be used for storage, and then there's another subsection the city added 3 years ago that says this subsection does not apply to accessory apartments, which is a little nonsensical unless you interpret it as that entire provision doesn't
the
apply to
whole- all of
accessory
them.
apartments. But that means you have no bulk regulations applicable to apartments, and it kind of leaves you in a quagmire where you have an apartment over a garage. Why not amend that language about the second floor to just say, shall only be used for storage or an accessory apartment, if that's what the intention is? I mean, it's much more straightforward.
So I love having a lawyer on the board. Thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Any last thought? I just want to get to the self-storage warehousing one as well. So any last thought? I think
The last thought, and I don't want to provoke an argument, but I am really concerned
Here we
about
go.
saying there's no parking requirement, because we're looking at the status quo. We've got all these neighborhoods, a lot of them already are deficient on parking. You're talking about bringing in additional families or households from what's there right now.
Yeah.
This could kind of be a problem.
I was curious about that too, because what the new law says is there is no minimum off-street parking requirement. The planning board may, in its discretion, require parking for an accessory apartment that is seeking site plan approval. So this goes back to the 50%, right? So it needed to be amended to refer back to the square footage, but it puts the onus on the planning board to determine whether a parking space is appropriate.
Yeah, to be frank, like I said, I'm not trying to start a larger
Yeah.
debate about cars and whether people should use them. Most people moving into an accessory apartment are going to have a vehicle, which is going to mean in all of those cases, there's going to be an additional vehicle.
And I think the
coming in
conversation
order
that the
to-
council was having around this is because we have the primary residence requirement, right? The person living on the site is going to have to be the primary resident, a neighbor within the community, that although we might not have 8 by, or the 18 by, or 20 by 8, 20 by 10, whatever the size of a parking, although they might not have that you are going to try to accommodate that on site if you're planning to do an accessory apartment, because this is your neighborhood. I think was a little bit more of the reassurance that the council had with that. Not saying that's going to work every time or someone's, but that was a little bit of a thought. If you're inviting somebody to live on your property and to live in your neighborhood, that there likely is space on site, although it might be like double parking cars or whatever.
That's
You'd
a
have to
good
figure
point.
it out on a site-by-site
I just read
basis.
the provision about off-street parking. I wasn't even thinking about on-site requirement. Where is that?
Off-street parking, that's on site.
Oh, geez.
I mean, what if we flip basically the presumption?
You wanted to change the language, make it more.
Make it on-site parking. Sorry.
What if we flip the presumption? What if we basically say, if you want to add an ADU, if you want to add an ADU that's hitting a certain size, you got to establish that parking isn't going to be an issue. You're either going to have leases that say people don't have vehicles,
Yeah.
or you can make a parking space available.
Yeah, I think rather than putting the onus on us to say, when an applicant comes and says, well, I'm not required to, it's up to you guys to tell me if I need to, and then sit and debate for God knows how long, whether or not, to ask the applicant within some set of parameters.
To show how the parking will
To
be
show how parking would be.
managed and addressed. Yeah.
Exactly. And if it's then deemed by us, and to be able to prove that they can at least accommodate, I don't know, one vehicle. And if, again, through discussion, we deem, and based on an appeal from an applicant that they'd rather not provide the parking, then we can make that determination. But I'd rather have them be able to prove that they can accommodate some degree of parking, and then have the discussion.
Okay.
There's one more wordsmith, but it's important, so I'll just be really quick about it. In this occupied primary residence definition and the business entity definition, and you're talking about, in particular with regard to a trust, like everyone connected to the trust, grantor, grantee, beneficiary, whatever, needs to be a resident. Okay, that is going to completely screw up people's estate plans. Like, that means if I set up a revocable living trust and name my daughter as the primary beneficiary and my two sisters as the contingent beneficiaries, all of these people need to be living on the property, even though my sisters don't even live in New York, which I'm sure was not the intention.
I was not around when that language was drafted. I know it was very specifically drafted for
I know
issues,
this.
loopholes that were being found, so noted. I think we can bring that up.
Wow.
That's what I do for a living.
Never would have thought that, exactly.
Yeah.
That's great. So you got 4 minutes to
4
talk
minutes,
about
real
the
quick.
other-
So you've seen this local law before, except now it's been separated. It previously came before you as self-storage facilities and drive-through accessory facilities. The drive-through accessory facilities has been separated out and adopted by the council. The piece that's before you now is just about self-storage, and now the inclusion of warehouse facilities as well in general, just because they have a similar nature to self-storage facilities. So kind of based on the feedback, both that the council was receiving and that the planning board provided, they have changed to make, what you previously saw was that they were prohibited. Right now, in the code, they are allowed in 3 districts. The last version you saw, they were prohibited in all. Now they have been added back in to the 3 districts where they are currently permitted. They are permitted either by right or special permit, and there's a new subsection with regulations for that. And the regulations are about setting on specific streets within the city of Beacon, setting back the facilities from the front property line. Let me just pull up that language. I don't know if you have it ready for you in front of you,
So
Jennifer.
that's location, the siting of self-storage facilities and warehouse storage are permitted uses in the GB, LI, and HI zoning districts, except on parcels with frontage on Main Street, Fishkill Avenue, Beekman Street, Herbert Street, or Tyrone Avenue. Shall only be allowed by special permit and subject to the following restrictions. I think what you're referring to, self-storage facilities and warehouse storage shall not be located along the street-facing property line.
So, again, not outrightly prohibited, but I think what the council is getting at is they've identified it as, for the vision that is currently being worked on for Fishkill Avenue, that they don't provide the ground floor pedestrian activation, kind of retail commercial that the council and the Fishkill Avenue Committee are moving towards. So you can still have them on site, but if you're going to have them on site, they kind of have to be set back behind a more active streetscape front facing building on these key streets. And so the council did go through all the roads in the city in which the LI, GB, and HI districts front on, and they looked at each one of those, and these were the ones pulled out as kind of key pedestrian areas, either existing or envisioned for the future.
So just the initial thing I'd say, and I'm not saying this is good or bad, but I'm saying it's something we should be thinking about. When you say, you specifically, when you say in the code, special use permit, the legal review standard on that is going to be, what are of right permitted uses in that district? And if people can say, my application, the way I'm proposing it, is analogous to those other uses, we basically need to grant it. That's basically how it works.
Yeah, there's general special use permit standards in the code, and the applicant would have to demonstrate that they meet those standards. If they demonstrate that they meet those standards, up to the planning board satisfaction, then yes,
It's allowed.
the permit has
Right,
to be
permitted.
granted.
But the standard is literally, so that means that this use is permitted as long
As it
as
meets X,
Yes.
Y, and Z.
specific concerns that come up from that use are addressed.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. So
Right.
Which is right now, it's
that's-
just permitted without those specific standards.
Right.
So basically, you're adding an additional level of consideration and placement, locational placement and review.
So this is midway between prohibiting it and doing what we're doing now.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah, it's putting more control in place.
I think it's probably the right move personally, but
Yeah, I do. Short of outright banning self-storage facilities, I think it's the right crafting.
I mean, look, why don't we ban smoking? It's bad for you, bad for you.
What's that?
Why don't we ban smoking? It's bad for you. Whether we like these things or not, there's a demand for them.
Yeah. We have agreement. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm not advocating banning them. I'm just saying that's one of the alternatives. So, I don't know, generally, group, we feel that this is pretty much in line with our thinking. Yeah,
It makes sense to me.
cool. So, for Jennifer, you'd be drafting letters back to council, right?
Yeah.
You have enough for both of these, based on our discussion? Do we want to summarize for you?
I think that there were a lot of concepts discussed with the ADU.
Yeah.
I think we should go back, whether it's now or whether it's briefly at the end,
Sure.
just to make sure that we have those points, because there were a lot of concepts discussed.
Yes.
I want to make sure we have consensus.
We're at
on what's
7:30
going
now, so we'll come back.
Yeah.
So welcome, everybody, to the May 2025 City of Beacon Planning Board meeting. First item of business will be, we have minutes only from last month, right, Mercedes? Yeah. The approval of April 8th meeting minutes. I don't know if do we have any, I didn't see any additions or modifications, so I'll accept a motion to accept last month's minutes into the record.
Motion.
Motion by David,
Seconded.
second by Len, all in favor.
Aye.
And then we will go to item number 1 on our agenda, which is continue the public hearing and continue review of application for site plan approval, mixed-use commercial and residential, 291 Main Street, submitted by Telephone Building Beacon LLC. Good evening. So you have some updates for us.
Good evening. So, we submitted some updated plans based on the comments we received at the last month meeting, where we presented some options for consideration. We also submitted a lighting plan and updated the landscaping. So basically, the Main Street facade was revised to reflect those discussions about the second floor windows, getting those proportions, and getting a little more detail on the upper cornice. The rooftop equipment that we talked about is screened by the, it's that little piece in the back where it just starts the 3-story building. There's a parapet up there, and the equipment would be, screened by that parapet. We also looked at the South Brett Street facade, and we had talked about a number of options with that, and based on what we talked about, we settled on a vertical siding. We moved that bay window that was originally facing the neighbor. We put that in the front to give a little bit more articulation to the front facade, and then we also treated that front area where the parking is below more as a wall, instead of, so it takes away that look of the stilts back there. So that sort of summarizes the changes that we made. We coordinated the column locations with the parking maneuvering, and then just, updated some of those details. So, I know we still owe the elevation line drawings and stuff, but I wanted to see if we were getting, closer to some consensus on the design, and then we can provide all that.
Okay. So we're still in open public hearing, but before we go to the public, we'll hear from our planner and engineer on their review.
Said one more thing.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So we had also talked about similar projects in the neighborhood that had a similar situation. So I looked at, there was 208 Main Street, which had, I believe it was like 8 apartments. We provided 3 or 4 parking spaces below the building in a similar way. It wasn't required to have parking because that 1964 exception was still in effect, but it's sort of a similar situation to what we're looking at here. And it seems to have worked for the tenants in that building. So, yeah, I just wanted to add that in there.
So that's helpful. Is that just anecdotal?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking with Natalie about, can you show something with a similar parking situation, just to, try to draw some parallels there.
So their engineer is working on a parking analysis, and tonight they were to be presenting the parking utilization analysis from that study, so, because it wasn't part of the report that was submitted, they were working on at the time.
Yeah, we've been working on that analysis, and just for an update, during normal business hours of the surrounding municipal lots and streets that allow parking, we're looking at an average of 256 available parking spaces during the day and about 293 available parking spaces during the nighttime. And this is observed during weekdays and on Saturdays. But I'll provide all that data broken up, amongst weeks and days and evening.
So you're saying you're gonna compile this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. That's a lot of parking spaces.
Well,
hard
it's
to-
within 800 feet. If you want me
Within
to
800, yeah.
compile that within a lesser offset, I can do that, but,
Yeah, let's start with 800 feet.
okay.
That's pretty standard, so. Great, thank you. Did you have anything else? For the moment, okay. So,
I just wanted to, are you going to go to them for their comments, or are we going to the public?
we're gonna do the round robin, usually with engineer, planner, board, then public.
Okay.
Did you, why? Where did you
I
want to
was just going
interject?
to touch on something, but I just wasn't sure.
You're welcome to.
Well, I'll let them go through the
Okay.
comments, and then I'll respond.
The call and the answer. Okay. Let's start with you, John.
So basically, one of the outstanding comments I have is preparation of a construction cost estimate. They'll need this for bonding purposes with all the work proposed within the public right-of-way. Snow storage areas, they need to be coordinated between sheets. Sheet 1 shows it in a different location than sheet 5. And then I was still questioning some of the views on sheet 4. But I understand that the renderings will be updated as we progress through this.
Okay. Thank you. Natalie?
So my comment letter, starting with the mechanical equipment, appreciate the discussion of the placement on that kind of third story. I think a little bit more detail there to just help us assure everyone that it is going to be hidden. So what's the height of the parapet, and what's the height of the mechanical equipment that you're considering? Is it fully behind parapet? I know it's elevated, so there's certain view sheds, but I think those kind of numbers can assure, rather than just saying it'll be shielded. Yeah. I think there is a little bit of responsibility on the board too, and desire to ensure that it will be shielded, because I think there's been a number of past projects where it's said it will be screened and not visible, but they very much are visible on the roof. Yep. So I think that's the additional details we're looking for there. Within the landscaped area, so there was a little bit, I think there's kind of conflicting information. I think the bulk table on sheet 1 of 8 says that the proposed landscape area is 5%, but then there's a response letter saying that it's going to be 8%. So I was looking for clarification on what is the landscaped area presented on site, and it might be helpful to kind of help us figure out how you back into that number, right? So what I'll do sometimes is a table, or it's a quick diagram of this dimension, this is how we calculated, it's this much square feet, that's how we're calculating 8%, and then just make sure those numbers match up. And then so the board knows there is a provision within the code that allows the landscaping requirement to be reduced to 5% rather than 10% in the CMS district if landscaped area is accessible to the public. So something else that's, I believe, new on the plans between the last month and this month is 2 new street trees on Brett. Flowering dogwoods are proposed right now. So I think from a planning perspective, there are a lot of benefits to street trees, but I think it's within the planning board's jurisdiction to look at that to see if that qualifies for this kind of reduced landscape area on site. For the parking standards, I do appreciate the reference to kind of existing projects. I think to John's, or to the chair's comment, it would be helpful, those examples, I think you kind of said it verbally, like, what are the impacts? So are all the units rented? If you have any data on where people are parking, anything like that, maybe they're using this municipal lot and then it's municipal lots in the area and then it's captured in your parking study that you're going to submit to us. But I think that's helpful too I know you can't get this for every building, but where it is possible, where you have worked with the project to say there's 8 units, 4 of the units have vehicles, they park here on site, and any kind of data like that. I think that's part of the new code, of the new parking code, is stepping away from a little bit from ITE standards and looking at real life examples in the community so we can kind of start to paint a more nuanced picture of what's happening downtown with parking. Elevations, I think you already talked about that. I think when you go through, I think something this comes up in my letters throughout the meeting is that when a project is in the CMS or the HCLO, there is very specific standards of architectural design. I think it would be helpful either within the cover letter or on the elevations to kind of note those points and hear the architect's justification for how they think they comply with those. I think that will be helpful to have a conversation with the board. And then the lighting plan, I think there was just a little bit of an issue. There's several lights on sheet 1 that are labeled RL, but that was not indicated in any of the details, so I wasn't sure if that RL was meant to be light fixture L1, or maybe I was missing it.
It's in the back. I was looking for it also. It's around the statue.
RL indicates a roof leader pipe.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I thought there was, because there was another light that wasn't showing up and it was around.
Is that L1?
Wait, which one? I think the
The
sheet,
L2.
it actually ends up being on the first sheet, right? Even though it says sheet 7 is landscaping and
yeah.
lighting
Yeah, it shows up on sheet 1.
on sheet 1.
They show the L3, the L2, and I think it shows the L1
Okay, so
as
maybe
well.
I was missing L1. which-
L1 looks like it's hyper large and upside down in the gray zone above parking.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. And then, sorry, RL was not, it looked like it was the same
It looks like a light, it's just a, what'd you
No,
call
those
it?
are just roof leaders.
Yeah.
roof leaders. That's it for my comments.
Okay, thank you. So I have a quick question about landscaping. You are showing on your new site plan those new street trees. Is that intended to act as public landscaping, accessed by the public, in order to help reduce your on-site 10%? That, yes?
It's intended to provide landscaping for the public.
And so therefore, your hope is that
And just to
landscaping-
clarify, our landscaping's at 8%,
It's right.
so
it's
we
right
are
now,
below the
it's-
10%. I
Right.
don't think we can get to 10% on this site.
You don't think you can get to 10%?
Well, if we remove pavement somewhere or provide more landscaping elsewhere on the sidewalk, if we had landscaping against the east side of the building at one point, but there were issues that were identified with providing landscaping there and water being introduced down through the side of the building, which is never going through there now because there's an impervious surface up against the building. So we're looking for alternatives to provide something that gives the public a benefit. And I think street trees, providing shade along parking spaces there, I think do provide a public benefit.
Okay, so that's something, thank you. That's helpful to clarify. That's something I think we should talk about amongst ourselves on the board here. Because they fall within the sidewalk proper. So
Right.
there's a somewhat navigating around off the city sidewalk onto private.
Well, it's all sidewalk from the curb to the building there.
It'd help if I'd plug my computer in.
So there's existing pervious surface that is on the property, on your property, but
Yeah.
it kind of acts as sidewalk. I think people who are walking on Brett
Yeah,
experience.
it's all concrete
as
sidewalk
Yeah, even though
from the
it's
curb to the building.
privately owned sidewalk, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
But street trees generally are against the curb line.
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's trade-offs. There's definitely benefits to adding street trees, especially that part of that street, because there's not a lot of coverage already. So we'll talk about it. So now, and then another point of clarification. The sort of second-story kind of Dutch flower box element, does that go into your calculation for landscaping?
The planters?
No, with the one up on the,
No, neither are the street trees. I didn't add any square footage for those.
and my only observation of those is that, I mean, how practical is that really? I mean, who's going to maintain that?
It would be the tenant,
Someone renting or owning?
I mean, we can take that out. That was just something.
I just questioned whether in fact it'll end up being maintained and, maintain an appearance as intended or otherwise remain empty, or there be, dried, dead plantings there, so. And just aesthetically, architecturally, I don't think it helps, especially with those large decorative supports you've put under, just from an aesthetics standpoint. I think it just starts to muck up the elevation. Anyway, so, board, any other thoughts, observations, questions?
I have some thoughts.
Yeah.
That's okay. Hi, how you doing? Thank you for the lighting plan. Appreciate it. Couple of thoughts on it, though. I think, if we look at your L1, just a little more clarification on how this is going to sit on the building itself. And it looks like in the specification you have a high output 5,000 degree fixture here. I think the signification is the H50 on that. Just if we look at what the L2 or the L3 is, L3 doesn't show us what the color temperature would be, and L2 is showing us a 3,000 K color temperature. So we're just going to need some kind of unification on that, I think would be beneficial. All three are showing a 100 watt equivalent, which is roughly about 1,000 lumens, right? If we look at your parking garage area, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8,000 lumens. Might be a little bright. Same with the L3 is also pushing out 1,000 lumens. So unless they're on some kind of dimmer that you can lock them, they might be kind of a glare bomb. Even though it's a glareless fixture, right? You still got 1,000 lumens driving out of it. I think, just personal preference, if you drop the color temperature down to about 2,700 degrees, right, it's going to look better on the brick. It's going to be calmer, right, and quieter for the neighborhood. And if you drop down the lumen output, to probably more of like a 40 watt equivalent, right, something about like 500 or 400 lumen output, you need to run a study on it, but, that'll probably get you to better output, because you can have a beacon going on underneath that parking garage.
So the same number of fixtures located where they are, but just toned down?
Yeah, I think the fixtures look good. We've got to look at the beam spreads of it, right? And in that parking area, especially since it's like off on the side, it's nice to have even illumination just for safety, of course. But it is going to be blaring in there, which I think your neighbors would be pretty upset about. Otherwise, looking great. I think on the lighting portion, I think some of the changes that you did on the architectural thank you. I think it's moving in the right direction. But the telephone building has a particular color temperature and is probably one of the best lit buildings in town. So maybe do a little research on how to unify those. I think that color temperature, it used to be 2,700, and I think they kicked it up to about 4,500. You just got to double check the lamps in there, but I think if you unify that all together, it'll be more cohesive. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Since we're going this way, I'll go back to some of the appurtenances on the rear structure. I mentioned that planter. Again, I don't think it's necessary or adding anything, especially the support elements, the decorative support elements. And I'm curious why, as you go around the corner into the sort of pull-in zone, why that screened part at the first story is pulled back from the facade?
Just to provide the maneuvering you need for that driveway. There's no way around that. I think you looked at turning templates and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's super awkward looking.
What are you looking at?
Right here. See where this is pulled back?
Oh, gotcha.
I would, look at that just in terms of how it reads, and especially with then also adding that bump out window on that facade. It's just a lot. I know, you're testing different options, and again, I appreciate all of the different ways you've studied this. I think it's trending a little bit of a mishmash now. So, I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean those things, looking at that as options, and if the consensus is, that those aren't working.
All right, microphone, please.
Yeah, I would keep it.
Then we can, we can reduce those.
Yeah, I would think about going back to some of the earlier
Yeah.
options where it was just a little bit more simple, it was more sort of residential.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I understand the need to pull that back off of the face of that facade for maneuvering, but, ugh.
Yeah. No, we'll see if there's any other way to do it, but,
Yeah, I mean-
but I need that column out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've set yourself up with a real challenge. You're trying to get parking underneath the building, you're setting it up on stilts, and you still then have to navigate around these stilts. And, the whole stilt premise is, from the start, really awkward. So, tough design challenge.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Board?
Just going to comment that I guess we're back to the option where we're back to full height, so the Main Street facade is right up against the frieze, bottom of the, kind of the frieze board and the moldings. I understand that allows the alignment of the windows and that decorative brick element, but I still remain really concerned about, on a landmark building, crowding that cornice, and I think the size of the Main Street facing portion of the building, it's very substantial compared to the original building, and it sort of, it takes so much away from the symmetry of the existing structure that I've been reviewing, commenting, looking at the options that have been presented, with very objectively, but I keep going back to the codes on protecting landmark buildings, and I feel like this is a really significant addition that disrupts the design of the original building. Thanks.
Anyone else? David? Kevin?
Yeah, I have to
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm disappointed that this is still going forward. I think that the massing, the things that you're stuck with in this application are not going to be helped by the superficial decorative moves that you're doing, right? That it's a massing that diminishes the bulk, the location. That's what's diminishing the historic character of this landmark, right? So, and it doesn't help that the addition in the back is awkward and unsettling looking, right? And it's inherently so. So I don't know how you can, I don't know how many small minor modifications you can make to this when the fundamental bones of it are so detrimental to the fabric. So that's all I'm going to say.
I concur with Lynn and Calvin. Since I want to be out of here before 1 a.m., we'll just say that.
Sorry, since what?
Since I want to be out of here before 1 a.m., I'll
Oh,
just say
okay.
that.
I appreciate that. Great. So with that, we'll go to the public. Thank you. Anyone here who would like to share their thoughts, comments?
I'll go first to get it off my chest, and thank you, Teresa Kraft. Why are we talking about landscaping and lighting? Stop feeding this project. The telephone building must be preserved and protected at all costs, which means we cannot allow an addition, often referred to as a parasite, to be constructed to the side of this building. The City of Beacon must enforce its own historic district landmark overlay rules and regulations. We are already seeing another application on this agenda involving stilts above a parking lot. Please address this issue before it escalates. We do not want to resemble a New Jersey beachfront community. Stilts? Clowns wear stilts. Listen to our own lawyer who recommends you can say no based on facts. I believe tonight's agenda is packed with numerous projects, almost all which involve the same attorney and architect. It's so overwhelming and a distraction to you and to the community. This city must establish a real historic preservation commission, and soon, and rewrite the comprehensive plan immediately. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Jesus. I live in 9 South Breck Street, been there for 30, 40 years. That building is history. We're trying to save it. The neighborhood don't want it. The stuff that he shows is bad. For backing up, they're gonna hit somebody else. And I think, you know, as history, I went to Barnes & Noble, I picked up a book, I seen that building in the Barnes & Noble book. It's history in Beacon. Let's keep it. Let's save that building. Not only for us, but everybody else in the neighborhood. We don't need it. So let's try to save that. I agree with the gentleman over here. Everything he says, I agree with him. And I hope we, you know, get together and try to save this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We're here again, and I appreciate the patience of the board because you really are required to sit and think and consider the possibilities. And I do appreciate that there might be some solution that some architect might come up with where you'd say, I can't believe it, but that's great for the telephone building. I don't think we've seen that. I just want to really move to a different subject because I agree with what Len, what Kevin, what David, and others have said on the board, which is there's really not much of a conceivable solution which wouldn't be an amazing detriment to a protected historic landmark in Beacon. My concern is, and I don't try to pay too much attention to the internet and to the boards because people say crazy stuff, but I do worry that the community is losing confidence that the city has the proper regulations to properly protect historic structures. That may or may not be true. There was some debate in the last meeting about what you can say no to, how you do that. But we also have architectural review that's done off the public radar. My bet is there are advantages to that because you can say really frank things between architect and developer and the board, and it has a place. But the fact that we as a community can't hear the arguments being made for how we protect what we need to and also encourage the development that the city needs. So what's happening is there's a vacuum. And you may all feel that the process and the laws are adequate. You might. I have no idea. I really will ask again that this planning board ask to meet with the city council to workshop and talk about how you feel the existing ordinances in the city are in terms of giving you, as a planning board, the control you need to make sure the outcomes are best for the city and for the developers. Because I have questions, and I question whether or not either we're not clear on it or they're not adequate. We're kind of losing patience as a community, and in some ways it's just because we're not informed. It doesn't mean that there's anything happening that shouldn't happen. But it's time to do that. I have no idea why so much debate has been going on about 52 and one drive-in for a Dunkin' Donuts when we're talking about attaching a ladder structure of windows and a carbuncle to the side of one of the most intact and beautiful historic buildings in the city, protected by our ordinances, supposedly. If you allow this to be built there, if this process makes it possible for them to force the city to do this, I would have real questions about what any historic structure in the building in the city could do if we feel like it. I live in a protected house. Can I build in addition to it as long as I come to enough city meetings? We're going to have 2 more meetings tonight, at least one more where we had time to look at it, where major historic HDLOs involved. So again, not a criticism as much as a concern that I really think it's time for the board to speak out and talk to each other and the city council, just frankly about what's good and bad about the way we manage this process. Because I'd like to see you not get frustrated and have to sit meeting after meeting if it shouldn't happen. And I don't want to see developers not feel that they can come in with the right kind of plan that fits what we want as a city and get it approved faster. So I see it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Katie Helmuth, Ward 1, and writer for A Little Beacon blog. When I was a tenant in this building and was negotiating a possible new lease with this building, when the new owner came in, there was a clause that I was not allowed to write or publish about this building. That mandate was also in a 7-page contract I was given in order to get my security deposit back. I did not sign either one. I'm glad that I didn't, so I can speak about this building. The reviews of the telephone building by this board have been very gracious and polite, and I do appreciate an owner's right to do what they want with their property. I wanted to know if we could know more information about what a historic designation means for this building. What impact does it have? I wrote about it, the historic designation, when it happened, and it seems like this is one of the first tests to that, so I would like to know more about that. The 208 Main Street building, is that the building with Butterhead Salad? Because if that is that building, that is a very roomy parking. You go back on a side street and you go back under. It's nothing like what is proposed here that is squished. Right now, it seems like this is being called an addition. Is it called an addition so that it can happen, so that you don't just plop two buildings in this parking lot? Is that why they're connected to the building? If it is an addition, I would think an addition would match the building, like it's an extension of the property and it blends in. I thought that's what an addition was. It does seem like little villages within a parking lot are emerging as a theme here on Main Street and maybe elsewhere in architecture and in the country. If this is the case, dropping in two buildings here does not flow at all. I've seen the other proposal for 300 Main Street, and that at least flows because it's like all the same in my opinion. But I agree that it disrupts the design of this building and the experience of this area of town. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So, Board, any other discussion? We do also have the option of keeping the hearing open. We can talk about that. But I think, ultimately what this comes down to, I mean, there's strong feelings by members of the board that this should not be allowed. If there's any mechanism that's going to, strengthen the case for not allowing it, it needs to be tied back to the law and the code. So, and that would start with the HDLO. So I think that's where we should focus. And the requirements of the certificate of appropriateness within the HDLO. So maybe we spend a little time talking about what those requirements are and discuss, how this application either complies or does not. Did you have some thoughts?
Yeah, no, I was just, in the interest of time, I was just going to say, there are a lot of standards in the HDLO related to the historic review of properties like this. So Section 134-7 is the appropriate section that has the standards. I don't know if the board wants to review those and for the next meeting come back ready to have, a specific targeted discussion about those standards and how the application meets or doesn't meet.
That's a great suggestion. How do you feel, Board?
I think that's a good idea, and also there are some not insignificant aspects of the submission that are still outstanding.
Yeah, of course.
The parking stuff in particular.
Yep.
So
let's do that. Let's do that.
Just one of my requests was that the applicant do that exercise as well and go through Chapter 134-7. So I think you can have their input and then the board can have their discussion as well. And I think that would facilitate a more robust conversation at the next meeting.
I think that's an excellent way forward. Agreed?
Agreed.
Just one quick question. Also, does 134-6C3, is that also relevant? Just to confirm. It's kind of qualitative, but I just want to make sure that we're all going to be talking to the same pieces.
Sorry, it was 134.
134-6.
Yeah, I think those, C is the criteria,
C3.
right?
And then when you get to 134-7, I think a lot of it's under B, right?
Yep,
at least
A
some
and B.
specifics. B and
Okay,
C.
I've navigated to 134-6. Sorry, I'm a little slower than you might be.
Yeah, well, I was kind of.
134-6.
Chop, chop.
C3,
C3.
that's the, for an addition or new structure.
Yeah, all of C is criteria, yeah, to be applied.
7, A, B, C, probably, all that stuff.
Exactly. And then 134-7 is specific to the CMS district when it comes to properties in the HDLO. So there's a couple different layers, and that's why I said there's a lot of standards to review and to determine whether the application complies with or not.
Yeah,
So
well, let's give it a close look at, I
we can
think deserves.
devote next meeting to
Tough
that.
time finding compliant.
Could we get you to send the board members a summary
Yeah.
of what those, like, or even just a list of what the provisions are, and remember not to
Absolutely.
reply all
Yep.
of anyone?
Mike? Yeah.
One last question, and I think it's just, it'll help us structure our thinking, is that sometimes the language will say, where possible, in addition to an historic structure should be placed towards the rear, or at least recessed so that the historic structure remains more prominent than the subsidiary addition. There's qualitative stuff there, right? I mean, the primary thrust of it says place it towards the rear, or at least recess it. This is recessed, but that's meeting only the most minimum part of it, right? And then the closing, the last part of the sentence says, so that the historic structure remains more prominent. That's kind of the prominence of the existing building, these get quite qualitative. So we may have to be.
Yeah, and that's the whole point
That's
of your review as a
the
planning
hard-
board. If it was
hard work.
strict quantitative,
So-
the building inspector could just do a non-discretionary review, check the boxes, issue a permit. The fact that there is certainly qualitative review, that you have to apply your discretion.
So I will just say that,
that's-
for myself, I will strive to be specific, but there may be qualitative decision points that become the make or break for me in
Yeah.
the long run as to where my vote goes.
Yeah, and obviously, all of your review of these standards is based on information in the record. So it's based on the information that the applicant has submitted, the memos from your professional consultants, testimony you've heard from the public, all of that goes into your decision-making process.
Have we ever had an instance where we've asked our professional consultant to specifically state, their opinion on whether, in the spirit of the code, a proposed design, seems to be, compliant or not? I mean, I think, because I think just
That's
fair.
kind of our job.
It is our job, and
That's right.
and
No,
we're
I just- I'm
cons-
kind of just, no, and I don't mean
Every
to,
meeting.
but I'm just responding to what we have to consider what our consultants say, but often our consultants are focused in on, a lot of nuts and bolts compliance, which we desperately need. But the big stuff, the final is often up to us, right? So I
That's-
mean, we'll be on our own to some degree, and I'm okay with that. But
Right,
I'm just saying-
and your professional consultants are here to help guide you and answer those questions that you may have as you're reviewing the standards. I don't think we're going to tell you definitively, where it is more qualitative and discretionary.
Quite honestly, I
Yes, it
wouldn't-
meets or no, it doesn't.
Yeah, I would
Because that's your
certainly-
decision to make.
I would certainly use our consultants to, their capabilities, but I certainly wouldn't necessarily put them in a position to ask them their opinions. So then ultimately, at the end of the day, we're the voting members. They aren't. So I get your question, and it's a good one, but,
Yeah, this one is a precedent setter, and that's my final.
well, let's give it the deep look that it deserves, and we'll come back next month. So thank you, Jennifer. Anything else from you?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because I've presented some of that rationale behind, the compliance with that standards.
Yep.
And, there was a project narrative that came up in the, response letter, but do you want me to go through step by step and sort of have a document that?
For next month?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that would be,
Okay.
that would serve your
Yeah,
interests
no, that's fine.
best,
Yeah.
so.
No, yeah,
I think it would help organize the conversation, too.
Yeah.
There was bits in project narrative and stuff,
Right.
but I think to Jennifer's point, there's a number of criteria here, and maybe they get lumped in, and you say these ones that aren't, but there's a few in here that I think do require a lot of discussion, and they are going to require a lot of discretion of the board, so you as the designer should put forward your best argument as to why you believe your project meets that standard so that the board can consider that in their discussion.
And some of the standards might be completely inapplicable, so.
Yeah, that's
just
what I'm saying.
because-
Some
I mean, There's a
might-
lot
yeah.
listed, but they're not all going to be applicable to
Yeah.
every project.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'll just go through in the document and address where we are with those.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to item 2 on our agenda. This is public hearing, currently open for subdivision approval and continued public hearing for SECRA, SECRA and site plan approval, and continued review of applications for site plan and subdivision approval. This is a bit of a mixed bag. Mixed-use commercial and residential, 45 Beekman Street, High Street and High Street, submitted by Beekman Arts LLC. Good evening.
Good evening. It's nice to be second for once. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I am joined by my colleague Jessica Zalen, as well as our architect, R.E.A. Siegel, together with our traffic consultant, Rich D'Andrea Colliers. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we are before you for our continued site plan and seeker public hearings, and hoping to request the board might consider adopting its seeker findings for the project, and then ultimately opening the subdivision public hearing for the application, which is proposing 2 4-story mixed-use commercial multifamily residential buildings located at 45 Beekman and High Street. We did provide a comprehensive summary of the project at your February 11th meeting when we went through the site plan, at which time the site plan and secret public hearings were opened. So at this time, I'll provide just an overview of our latest submission to you all, dated April 29th, and we're also, of course, happy to answer any questions you might have. So as we detailed in that submission, we respectfully submit and request that the board consider its seeker findings, and that would ultimately close the secret public hearing this evening. Procedurally, we're also looking for a recommendation from the board to the Zoning Board of Appeals for an application regarding the setback for certain portions of a few of the parking spaces for the site. Turning back to the environmental review for a moment, the board has taken an in-depth review and, of course, drafted secret finding statements for negative declaration, reviewing the environmental assessment forms 2 and 3, and of course those were done during the March 11th and 8th meetings, and April 8th meetings, excuse me. That follows our 14 meetings with your board and our 3 appearances before the Architectural Review Subcommittee, and then our 19 supplemental submissions to address exhaustively the analysis the applicant has to consider the environmental considerations for the project. We respectfully submit that the record supports a negative declaration in this matter. The applicants provided a comprehensive seeker analysis or detail of our seeker review in our January submission to you all, which summed up the various reports and studies and analyses that we put forth, our traffic studies, our stormwater pollution prevention plan, and other details. Since then, the applicants have provided some minor site plan updates in response to the board and your consultants, as well as to members of the public. More recently, the applicants also met with and obtained a SHPO second no impact letter for the project, attesting to the fact that the project, including the rear of the building and its associated parking areas, will not have any adverse environmental impacts or impact on, historic or archaeological resources. Understanding, of course, tonight we have a busy agenda still ahead of us. I will turn to Rich just to walk you through some important updates that we received from Federal Highway Administration and DOT regarding those right-of-ways, and then certainly answer any questions you might have.
Good evening. So just to provide an update on where we are with DOT and the land acquisition. The land, that had to be reviewed by the Federal Highway Administration because when that land was acquired by DOT, it involved federal funding, so the Federal Highway had to sign off on that. We've gone through that process. Federal Highway has given their blessing on that. And we're at a point now where DOT is basically ready to say that the lands that we're looking to acquire are okay to be acquired. There's still some legal review that has to go on. There still needs to be an appraisal, so we still have some work to do before we actually acquire the property. But we're looking to get some correspondence from DOT in the next couple of weeks that will indicate that they're in agreement with the properties that we're looking to acquire. The other thing that we're working on moving forward is the actual DOT permit applications. I think there was a comment from Natalie about the potential need for easements and things for things that are in the right-of-way that we're proposing, like some of the benches, landscaping, the walkways. All those things are going to be part of what's called a use and occupancy permit with the Department of Transportation. So that's something that we're in the process of applying for as well, as part of that permit, and we will need a DOT highway work permit as well to actually do the work in the right-of-way. So all that is in process and getting started kind of as we speak. So.
And that's really it for our presentation tonight. I think importantly for the benefit of the board and for the public, the secret determination that's before you or the materials that you have does not end our review process by any stretch. We're literally opening another subdivision, another hearing on top of that, assuming the board makes those findings. Any reviews, whether it's lighting or additional changes to the facade or any other work, is going to be done during the site plan review process. So this secret determination is not the end of it by any stretch. The hearings will remain open. Again, for site plan, a new hearing would be open for subdivision. So the secret determination, if there are changes to the lighting or if there are changes to the facade, wouldn't have a significant, we respectfully submit, a significant adverse environmental impact. While those may change through that process, that's a continuation of the review of the project, not the secret review for the project.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I think, again, just for the board, we have a number of steps here. Everything sort of starts and hinges upon SECREP. We do have the neg deck, so keep that in your, the draft neg deck. Keep that in mind as we go through. We're going to go through the consultants. We're going to go to the public on SECREP public hearing. We're still in site plan public hearing as well. So, as the applicant's attorney mentioned, we can also talk about opening subdivision public hearing as well. And then we have work to do to send recommendation up to the ZBA for their variance. But everything starts with the neg deck. So just keep that in mind. And we'll get to that once we do the round robin. We want to start with you, Natalie?
Sure. All right, going through my comments, I think I was just noting there was a lot of conversation at the last meeting about materials, and I know the building inspector was reviewing that, so I just kind of kept a note in here to close out that discussion about there's a prohibition of sheet metal siding, and then there are metal materials on this building, so I think we're just looking for a determination on that,
I did that yesterday.
Issue the determination.
Yeah, if I may, just for the record, issued yesterday, and I think we should have sent it to you, Natalie. Sorry, we sent it to Jennifer just as a copy, but it will be submitted for the record, indicating the materials, the metal materials in particular, are permissive in this property and for this use.
Okay, great.
But we don't know what they are. The board hasn't been presented with those materials.
Well, they're on the site plan, so yes, you have. We were making a confirmation that it wasn't a sheet metal siding.
The building has metal.
No, I understand. But I mean,
The determination you weren't
the
presenting.
specification of that, is it a corrugated metal? Is it a painted? Is it raw metal?
I'll let Natalie finish her comments, and then I'll circle
Maybe I
back
don't
to that
understand.
specific one.
Yeah. On the A105, 106, 107, there's a listing of materials on those.
Oh, okay.
I noted the parking variance, which has already been discussed, the easement, those are good improvements, I think, going through that DOT property in terms of that walkway and stuff, so I just wanted to, I know you guys are working through that, I'm just keeping that note on here so that doesn't get lost. Regarding the lighting, I think, I just wanted to pick up on James' comment from the last meeting in terms of, we've talked a lot, and the ARB talked a lot about this property, or this building being a gateway and kind of a cornerstone in the linkage district. And so, I think typically, obviously this isn't in the code and it's not a requirement to do uplighting, but it has been done both on historic buildings and new construction, I think, some amount of uplighting to kind of highlight these vertical features. So I kind of wanted to echo that comment from before. I've seen it done really nice. There's a really beautiful building in City of Poughkeepsie, the Eltings building, that uses it. It's low, low temperature, but it just kind of, it makes it look really beautiful at night and highlights the structure. And then also for the elevations, I think at the last meeting was when we started seeing kind of the elevations of the rear portions of the building, as well as the renderings. So I think I was seeing a little bit of a discrepancy on sheet A107 in the top right. You kind of get a back elevation, or you get a back rendering of the Beekman Street building, and there's two brick tower details kind of back there that I think mimic some of what's happening on the front, but those were not showing up in the actual elevations. So I think it would just be helpful, since there's been discussion about what the rear of the building will look like. I think just some discussion about the intent there. Whether those kind of brick columns are presented to divvy up the massing. And then also I think some of the detail around the windows on the brick. In the front, we have kind of an outline that adds an extra level of detail. And I'm not seeing those necessarily show up on so those are maybe questions. I don't know if the ARB, if those are questions for the ARB, if it goes back there, but I think spent a lot of time on those details for the front facade, so just wanted to know if the intent was to kind of carry them to the back, or what the design is there.
Yeah, there was a change that showed up in the rendering that didn't show up in the line elevations yet. The rendering is the correct one.
Rendering's correct.
And I'll update those line elevations too. We were also, we do have some decorative lighting on the building, some of which is uplighting, and we definitely took your notes to heart about that. I'm working on that now. What I'm looking at is how to get some additional lighting on there without having it, be in residential tenant windows.
Right.
So but we are looking at that, so that will be something coming up.
That's it for my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Russo.
So we've already covered DOT. I had several comments with regards to that. They submitted a lot consolidation plan as part of the subdivision. They're consolidating the lots for the site. Had several comments on that as far as cleanup items, as well as descriptions that need to be prepared. They have some easements noted there. I want to know who the easements are benefiting on the plans. We already touched on the variance. Then we still are waiting for some additional information on the utilities, specifically the sewer that's running through the site, and some of the residents possibly being tied to that. With regards to the stormwater pollution prevention plan, they did revise the entire plan to comply with the new permit. So at this time, we do find it acceptable, but if the site changes, they will have to go back and modify that.
Sorry, that was the SWIP?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the sewer, if I may, to put my Justin Dates hat on for a second, they did videotape it. They just have to put their study or report together.
Right, he's waiting for the report.
Rather than show that live. The report's probably the better.
Anything living down there?
There's no turtles, the ninja ones.
Just for the layman, so that means if there's existing residential that are connected to the system, they would have to reroute themselves, or?
They're going to have to, the contractor will have to reroute them.
Okay.
So basically, they did find that on one of the homes now, that they're going to have to reroute number 7, but they're still trying to research number 9, 11 on Tompkins.
Yep.
Okay. So again, we're still in open public comment on secret and site plan. So we'll go to the public on both. And again, I know a number of you here tonight have already commented, so not necessarily necessary for you to repeat yourselves unless you. I'm trying my best to project. So,
are we doing comments first, or are they?
Oh, sorry. Yes, let's go around the board. Thank you, Jim.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, please.
So, we have lawyers and architects and on the board, so I'm not really going to touch any of that stuff. But I am a specialist in lighting, and there's just a couple of things that I just wanted to mention about what we possibly could do moving forward on this to really help it out. Thank you for adding the vertical elevations, right? But I think when you think about exterior architectural lighting, you really need to start thinking of like layers, right? The vertical facade is just one layer, right? How are we dealing with the landscaping? Are we using bollards? Are we using uplights, right? So it's kind of real simple when you're kind of looking at this, when you kind of view it, just find 3 things in any particular view, right? And then just count those as 3 layers. And once we add 3 layers, we start getting depth, right? And once we start getting depth, then we can start talking about color temperature, we can start talking about intensities, and then we start making a very kind of atmospheric friendly location. I think some of the problems with a structure this large is that it becomes kind of like a fishbowl viewing, right? Where we're just looking at people living behind either enclosed shades or very awkward bright lights, and then we have no control over the actual viewing of it, right? So I would just suggest to kind of consider 3 layers on every single view that you can find, right? And it could be a bollard, that'd be one, right? Is the clock lit at night? That would be one, right? Is there a vertical elevation? That could be another one. Is there an uplight in a tree? That could be another one. That could really help the structure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and REA is doing that inclusive of the part you mentioned at the last meeting, the rear parking lot. So all of these pieces are being worked into it as part of this. Yeah.
Well, I think one of the most difficult parts of this is that we're looking at the renders on the front side.
Yep.
We're not looking at the renders on the back side. So if we're talking about like the high street views of what this looks like, right? The major concern is that you would only do this on the facade, on the front, right? What are we doing on the rear?
Yes.
Right? Because the rear is going to be a lot of parking and a lot of trash and a lot of utilitarian stuff, right? How are we dealing with that? Are we just kind of blasting light on trash, or are we kind of coming at it very sensitive?
The intent is to
way?
be sensitive to that, and, again, we were very astute to that. We had spoken directly with the SHPO about this property, the project, particularly the High Street building and its relation to the High Street folks up on the hill, looking down at the site. So those are all getting incorporated. REA is actively developing that plan based on your feedback at the last meeting, and it's by no means a done deal. We're especially with your involvement now, we're working up different plans. Typically, in our experience with these applications, because the plan can evolve, the buildings can change, the landscaping in particular kind of comes as not as a T-cross or an IDOT. Here, we've been, thanks to the new planner for the city, working that into the design all throughout, right? That's been a heavy implementation. Now it's just, like you said, layering the next step. So that's coming in the evolution of the design, but we've heard the public comments and we're making sure that is accounted for, and it certainly can't be and won't be overlooked. The public's here, they made the comments, we're addressing that, and that's going into the design.
Great. I think on the back side of the building, one of the things that tends to happen is we look at it very engineering less, right? And it can't be. There's too much public view on the back side to leave it to an engineering foot candle layout.
Well, we also have to consider, too, what's there today, right? I mean, this was a contractor yard. There's an existing building there with some interesting pop art. Again, I'm not speaking Mr. English's product, but it's an interesting site today. So we're trying to better all of that, and I think we can do that through the design, but lighting and layering that with the landscaping, I think, is all great. I happen to be a fan of all of those attributes of buildings, and I have that at my own house, so I try and do now we're just talking, now I'm just blushing because I like that, but the project is working to implement that, and more importantly, REA is putting that in design.
Fantastic. Last point is that there are codes about foot candles requirements for egress and all that, and we tend to go to the highest lumen level of a light fixture and call it done, right? And then we don't put dimmers on anything, right? So then we just have what we've achieved code, but we can reach code in a different way, right? And I just want to throw out there that there needs to be a sensitivity and not just a number that's met.
Yeah, and for your benefit, Mr. Vermillion, through prior applications, we've had very specific comments with the involvement of the new city planner to go through those and ensure there's no light spillage and that it's all controlled to the site too. So there's a strong exercise that we've been utilizing to do that more than just, but hear you loud and clear as far as minimizing and addressing impacts.
My last word is just going to be ratio, right? Light to dark. It matters. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Board.
Just real quick punch list of things that I think we were aware of, but I just want to go through them. I think we need to close the loop by doing kind of a full ARB review of the rear elevation. We started out with separate ARB, then after a report out, we decided to bring it back to the full board, which I'm totally okay with, but I think we've got to close out because we hadn't really gotten to the rear elevations.
I agree with you.
The initial packages had those, and we've been advised tonight that there's some changes between the renderings and the elevation drawings, so we've got to get the final product and give it the full review. I think we also may have still had a couple of things to try to do with the sides of the clock tower at the roof elevation, where maybe felt there could be some more articulation or kind of feathering that in a way that was the best design. Where are we at with screening vegetation plans between the rear of the property and the High Street neighborhood?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking the consultants, I'm asking anybody who's, because I think I had heard some discussion about possible plantings, but I'm not sure or is that something still yet, is that just being requested in public comment and not yet?
I think I would put that to the applicant to answer.
Right, we didn't receive updated plans for that.
Okay.
We have a landscaping plan.
Yeah.
We have gone through that in prior meetings, but if there's specific questions to that extent, we can.
Yeah, my sense is that, one, I agree with you, just as far as the rear of the building. Last month was the first time we saw anything substantive, just in terms of views of the rear of the building. They weren't a part of the original ARB review. And so it's a matter of whether we want to put it back to committee or whether we want to take it to full board, just leave it in full board. So that's something we can discuss. And then there's a sort of version consistency thing that I think we need to kind of start to tighten up. Because, for example, I'm not sure, but because there's been a lot of material as a part of these submissions, and I'm losing track. But if there's straight-on architectural elevations of the rear of the buildings as well, I don't remember seeing them. So that's something I think we need to take a close look at, because the renderings are one thing. Seeing them also comprehensively would be helpful.
Part of that too is to the point of screening and the topography and the chain. Yeah,
I was going to add that part.
Yeah. The
because-
realism, what you can see versus what you can see from one of the houses on the hills is a different conversation.
So I think, again, understanding that there is a landscaping plan for the entire site currently, it's then, I think, incumbent upon us also to look at that now again in context of the views of the rear of the building. Right? So, agreed.
Just for, Len, for your comment about landscaping, I didn't quite understand was it the whole rear, or was there a specific area you wanted?
And I may have been mixing up public comment with, comments from the board's consultants or submittals, but I just recall reading something about asking about the possibility of some evergreen foliage, some evergreen screening or something that would give us a year-round cover between the High Street properties.
Yeah, the public was asking for some additional.
I didn't know if anybody had taken that under further consideration yet, or it's not on the landscaping plan as we have it, I guess.
The recent set we have didn't include an updated landscaping plan.
One last quick one on my punch list before I forget. The construction protection plan that was requested by SHPO. We don't have that yet, do we?
Yeah.
So that will be done as part of the construction design for the plan. What we intend to do is, for the benefit of the board, is create sort of a table of contents of what is anticipated, because without the construction drawings, that's when that is implemented. So we create, based on examples that A, we've used, and B, SHPO literally sent to us, we would develop the plan to be consistent with those. So it would be a condition of any approval that the applicant would need to still provide that plan, get it approved, and before it moved forward with any building permit. But yes, we still intend to include at least a table of contents to give you a full sense of what will be incorporated.
Because the SHPO letter says, at a minimum, this must cover A through Z, but we don't know what you will actually propose. And I'm just asking the question of, is that pertinent to being able to make a decision on an impact if we are, looking at protecting a historic neighborhood or National Register eligible neighborhood, and we don't yet have at least a punch list of the building blocks of that construction protection plan?
I'll say the fact that the applicant has agreed to include that and has included that in their quote-unquote proposed action that you're reviewing under SECRA, that will be provided, that is enough for SECRA review.
Without knowing the included.
Exactly.
Well,
Yes,
it's gotta-
because we know that the applicant will include the items that SHPO
Requires.
has identified.
It's got to comply.
Yeah, has to comply.
So if it doesn't comply, it doesn't meet the requirements of the
And they won't get a building permit.
secret, and they won't get, exactly. So it's just simply got to comply.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, board?
No, I wanted to,
All right, just one point. So just to Kevin, just one point.
Yeah, so just, Len, there are evergreen, there's like layers of planting near the property border, and a lot of that's evergreen, so there will be a year-round screening. And I believe that shows on the landscape plan, but I didn't come up with that, and Justin's not here tonight, but he can explain it.
Yeah, again, I think if we're going to take the time in ARB to look at the rear of the building, we should also just take another look at the screening, especially from that view. And, you know, what you're showing, at least in your, this is sort of my point on consistency. What you're showing as part of your application, these views with landscaping and without landscaping, it somewhat contradicts what you just said, because the one with landscaping shows what look to me like deciduous trees.
Right.
So.
And there's another layer in there, but
That's my point. We want to make sure that we understand this comprehensively. So.
Without landscaping, it's like there's nothing.
Yeah, and this view, where it says without landscaping, I don't know if it's serving you well, because to put that out there publicly, someone could misinterpret that to say, we're not doing any landscaping, and this is what it's going to look like. So, but I understand the intent of it. So, did you have something, Jennifer?
Yeah, the other thing I just want to make sure we're all clear on as far as views of the rear, so for secret purposes at least, the relevant viewpoint is from publicly accessible places.
Yeah, I get,
So,
totally get
so
that.
from
Yeah.
High Street, yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Anyone else? Kevin?
I wanted to bring up something on the site plan, and it has to do with that inlet drain that is adjacent to the existing dry-laid stone wall. And I noticed that it hasn't really changed, and the layout, it looks like it does, as the homeowner was saying, it looks like it's undermining and disrupting that existing wall. And I really think it'd be an easy solution to move that in a way that captures the drainage and doesn't undercut that wall. I just don't see why that wasn't done.
Okay. Noted?
Noted.
Will you look at that?
We noted that at the last meeting, that we would consider that if there would be any impacts. And we also moved back the wall in relation to those conversations from prior meetings. So we have adjusted that location, but we'll put that in a written submission so it better clarifies. I think we already have, but I'll reiterate it.
Okay.
The engineer, I spoke with the engineer today. They have been out there getting additional shots along that wall, so there may be some adjustments coming in that area.
Yeah, I mean, and there's other drainage setups and other strategies, I think.
Yeah, there were multiple, there was a request by the neighbor on top of the hill about that wall, and we moved back that already, but we'll further address.
Absolutely understandable request from the neighbor.
Yep. Thank you. Mr. Jensen, do you have anything? Yep. Okay. So we'll go to the public.
You know, the agendas.
And just a reminder, we have 3-minute
Yes.
public comment, right?
Thank you.
Jane Riley, 4 Stratford Avenue. I really haven't been paying attention to this project, and I took a look at it about 3 weeks ago, and it really isn't what I was expecting. I sent everybody, I think, an email about what I expected to see on this site. I think this is too much for this community, for this neighborhood. I don't think it fits. I think we need to see something that's a little bit more scaled back, not all this brick. I don't like it at all. I mean, I can't be more blunt than that. This is not my vision. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, James Ellinger, I'm West Church Street. After speaking for the last 3 months of public comment, my stance on 45 Beekman remains the same. I would like to say that something has changed, but it hasn't. The footprint remains the same. The design materials remain the same. The transition zone to the street remains the same. The traffic has already gotten worse. The community and historical impact remains negative. Throughout public comment, the board has indicated that they care several times. They have not addressed the elements brought to them by the public. They have remained silent when direct quotes from the comprehensive plan and the linkage district plan were read in clear violation of the 45 Beekman proposal. Some of the comments made about materials and the mechanical systems on the roof, but repeated statements regarding size, mass footprint, continuity of the surrounding architecture, transition zone guidelines, and impact on the historical importance of the immediate community have not been publicly addressed. The applicant has taken the same position by not addressing any of the public comments that were made at the last planning board meeting. They simply state that they have addressed public comments To be clear, they have not. They have responded to comments, but they have not addressed any concerns. They have invoked the linkage district as a catch-all allowance for designing anything in the corridor, expecting a rubber stamp from the planning board. Instead of considering the public comments, they choose to argue that the public are wrong. Instead of working with the local community and historic district, they chose to argue that there is no impact. By contrast, the people have signed, over 300 people now, have signed a petition urging the planning board, city council, and mayor to demand a more appropriate design for 45 Beekman. The public and press, the Highlands Current and the Chronogram, have continued to highlight the controversy of this project with multiple articles. And here at the planning board meetings over the last 3 months, people continue to show up and speak out against 45 Beekman. The public is taking action by meeting with our neighbors and committing time and energy to prevent permanent and negative impacts to our city. Once again, I urge action from the planning board. This is the time to press the applicant to respect the city planning documents and guidelines by creating a development that takes the community into consideration. I am hearing clear opposition from the board in relation to the telephone building. This is really no different for a lot of us. It's the same situation. It's just an ill-advised project in a very important part of our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. Yes, I will speak it to the mic. I'm Donna Rubin. I'm 40 Cliff Street. I think my opposition to this project, I already made clear, so I don't want to be repetitive. My objections are mostly having to do with the size and the bulk of the design in the location that it's in. And I think it's a really heartbreaking miss for this city. It just does not comply with the spirit of the historic district that abuts it. I think it's the wrong design for this spot. And also, as we know, one bad design paves the way for another and another until our standards are forever degraded. But really briefly, just for 1 minute, I want to address this project in the context of a broader topic about development and zoning in the city. I'm a longtime resident of the Hudson Valley, and I'm very pro-development. I understand we need apartment buildings, condos, commercial buildings. I understand the importance of growth, and I welcome it. And of course, here in Beacon, we have this prime opportunity to create residential and commercial properties on a site so close to mass transit. This is really, really important. It's a golden opportunity, but I don't want us to be the ones who blow this, who destroy the very thing that makes this community so special, the special character of the city. So really quickly, something puzzles me about this process. I recognize all the hard work that goes into these meetings right here and behind the scenes too, all the hundreds of hours of volunteer labor that all of you put into this process, and I sincerely thank you for that. I know you mostly hear complaints, so I don't want to come here and just complain. I want to be constructive, but what I wonder, and I recently moved here from elsewhere in the Hudson Valley, is why is it that in Beacon we have no separate commission, not an architectural review board that's made up of the individuals here, but a separate commission or committee who can advise us and review these processes or these projects, who have expertise in urban planning, architecture, historical preservation, landscape design, engineering, environmental science, local history, to advise you and advise the public as well and the residents on what's being proposed. Now, I know you guys have plenty on your plates. You're dealing with dozens of other issues. It seems to me it would be an asset to our city to have a separate group that is not composed of you, but is composed of a separate group of people who could advise and weigh in on these factors. Now, Beacon is full of these kinds of individuals with that kind of specialized knowledge and expertise, and I believe that we should draw them into this process. So just to conclude, I want to point out that I did a little bit of research, and they operate in various ways with various powers, but the City of Poughkeepsie has a historic district and landmark preservation commission. So does the town of Poughkeepsie, the City of Hudson, City of Kingston, the town of New Paltz, Historic Preservation Committee, Schenectady, Marbletown, Saugerties, Woodstock, Historic Preservation Commission, City of Peekskill has a Historic Preservation Advisory Commission and a Historic and Landmarks Preservation Board, Cold Spring, Ossining, Irvington, Rhinebeck, Albany, Troy. I could go on, but I think, oh, by the way, even White Plains has a Historic Preservation Commission that meets monthly and reviews applications and makes recommendations to the Planning Commission. All these communities recognize the advantages of having such a body. They see the need to welcome and encourage growth and, at the same time, to safeguard their historic and cultural heritage. And in Beacon, we give all that work to you, who are already dealing with so many other things. Okay, I think what the struggle over 45 Beekman and the historic telephone building are telling us is that there is a lot more work to do to plan judiciously to get the balance right, the balance between growth and preservation. We should be thinking about how to restructure this process to bring in more expertise to support you, the board, and the city. And I'm advocating that you, the planning board, meet with the city council and consider such a commission. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't often respond to public comment because it's just not what we do, but I couldn't agree with you more. And I think not just the planning board, but all of you also have the opportunity and the ability to speak with the city council on just what you just described. So thank you. Anyone else?
I'd also second that, by the way. I wasn't going to talk about the front of the building, but James, I appreciate when you've been talking about lighting, you've been talking about sort of the artistry and the feeling of the place. And I know there was concern, Kevin, you were talking about how it's difficult. There are these subjective things. And it feels like it's becoming a theme, which is how do we deal with what is just as important as the systems working, as the safety of the site, is the nature of what it feels like to the city. And that's a tough one. I'm not even going to make any suggestions about the front other than I hadn't looked at it this way, but when you talked about the fishbowl, where you're looking in the lit fishbowl, and they had the night shot up there, it kind of sent chills through my spine of those poor Victorians on the other side of the street who will be looking into these offices and mall-like and people's bedrooms. It's quite daunting. But I want to go to the back, and it worries me that it's the back. And I can't speak to where you are in the technical process, but it is an issue to me that since the back of this building is facing one of the most intact historical districts, that in some ways it is at least as important as the streetscape in front, in this case. It's very unusual that way. Maybe we should call it the other front. I sent the board, and they're all available, I'm sure, to the architects too, the photographs that I took from all of the properties on High Street because the trees hadn't yet leafed out. A lot of that scrub will come down during the construction process. I am concerned that the plan for landscaping is woefully inadequate. Maybe it's totally being redone, but let's be real. The elevation change means that in order to truly screen High Street, which I believe is the only solution for a building that is not only not what it should be next to a Victorian set of treasures, but is going to be seen for so high up that you're going to see mostly roof and a lot of roof from it, that you got to screen it. Probably means screening has to move up onto the slope, which is owned by those property owners. By the way, I'm at 40 North Street. This is not my backyard, it's just partially my beacon. I don't know, and I don't believe that the architects and the developer have yet sat down with those neighbors, walked their properties with them, and said, how can we make this so that we don't have a negative impact on the historical district? Because it's certainly possible. It could be done with evergreens. I've looked at the plan that exists. I've looked at it with my wife, who's a horticulturist. It's not going to screen anything. It's going to be 20 years before they're going to have the height. They're located so far away. They're located way down a slope. They're trees that will lose their leaves for most of the year, so other than full summer. This shouldn't be the last thing that was done. It should have been one of the first things done for the design. So it's not too late yet. Can we, and by the way, I'd love the suggestion that you guys made of looking through, particularly at HDLO sort of laws, to look at this property that way too. It is facing an HDLO. It is actually adjacent to the HDLO. Late in the game, but I don't see how this building can and should be built, and I don't care what some other group said about there's no impact on the historic district. I defy to say that they even went there, that they went into those backyards, that they have any clue. So it's our beacon. You are the soft issues of consultants. We trust you. You live here. You care about this city. So we trust you more to think about the nature of what this is going to be like from the aspect of High Street, because it's our High Street. And right now, it's an afterthought.
Did you just double dip?
In what way?
Did you speak twice? I'm just curious. Oh, you didn't?
there's
Okay.
different apps.
Thank you. Thank you
I'm
very
sorry if
much.
I'm being repetitive, but this is the second public
Perfect.
meeting. so-
Thank you.
No, I did not.
And just for the record, can we get name and address so that we can take it for the
That's why I
minutes?
asked.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Scott Lerman, 40 North Street.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. And I'll just go back to some of the first meetings on this application, and you'll hear me specifically speak very much around this idea of we have one chance as a city to get this right. But anyway, any other public comment?
Teresa Kraft, Beacon. Still waiting for that WOW submission. I oppose the mass overbuilding currently proposed at 45 Beekman Street and High Street. This development does not fit with the City of Beacon's landscape, our HDLO, or our historic view sheds. We're already losing too much, and this project must be scaled back in both height and size. Furthermore, the design is bland, resembling plain boxes. Since its inception, it has not evolved and still lacks the historic character typical of the Hudson Valley. Please scale it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Hi, it's Mary Ellen Case, 9 High Street. I've been up here before. I know I'm not going to try to repeat anything. I was just, I think some of this may have been addressed today, but we were thinking of what were some of the questions that haven't been answered. And, certainly the architectural drawing of the High Street view rose to the top, the screening, we've been talking a lot about it, the lighting, we've been talking a lot about it. At one point, we asked about the setback, similar to High Street. That was never really addressed. Maybe it won't be. And then we also asked about low-income housing. Is this, given that I believe some of the apartments are 600 square feet, will it take low income? What was really sort of interesting today is we spent 45 minutes, a group of us, with SHPO in light of their decision or their recent letter on April 29th. And at one point, the woman who's really lovely, they were lovely, she said, well, we came to the adverse impact, sort of decision, given the fact that High Street's on a hill. And, it's not going to be seen. And we almost lost our minds. But anyway, we just said, well, actually, and we had photos, and I'll send it in. I don't want to get into it all now, but of all of our houses that are really going to be looking at this building. We just all met on the porch in my house, including the mayor, and we were looking at, what the spot would look like. But SHPO basically, this was the best way that I could put it, but constraints of SHPO's jurisdiction does not permit them to officially give an adverse ruling. However, they were sympathetic and acknowledged the impact on the historic district once we showed them some of the photos. Still officially, they cannot do something different. It all had to do with the state versus the more local resources. It's a little bit over my head, quite frankly, but I'll try to get it in to you guys written. And then overall, it's just that we feel that Beacon deserves at least a much more elegant and sophisticated sort of look as the entry into Beacon. We love the Mirbeau, what's going on with Mirbeau, with the peaks and the turrets. We think that would be, sort of really beautiful. Any type of Victorian type of structure we feel would look much better than what's been proposed. And we also talked a little bit about the parking, and I don't want to take it from you, Robert, but he was suggesting green parking, I guess, which is what the DIA has, which consists of grass and brick, and it just looks a little bit more more green, I guess would be the best way of saying it. So anyway, that's it. That's all I'm going to say. I will try to send everything in. Thank you. And then my colleague here, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, she was just going to expand.
Just for the record, we'll respond to comments at the end, but I have to make a clarification. SHPO issued a no-impact letter. They reviewed a very detailed analysis by the applicant, which included photos from High Street, the site sections into the site, the overall concept of the project, its materials. All of this has been reviewed by the SHPO. So to characterize it as sympathetic, that's may have well been comments, but again, the SHPO has reviewed this thoroughly and has provided within their jurisdiction as a referral agency and an involved agency in this application a no-impact letter identifying that there are no impacts to the historic HDLO or those properties that aren't listed but are eligible for listing.
But there is no architectural drawing of that this way.
So we'll go to the next. Thank you.
Well, you're lucky my laptop isn't recognizing ClickShare, but good evening. Hi, I'm Beth McDonough. I live at 22 Ralph Street. I moved here 20 years ago, and a huge factor in that decision was the architecture. We fell in love with the Victorian homes, the detail, just the walkability of the community and seeing these beautiful homes day in and day out. We also love to walk down Main Street, which is very much reflective of the history of Beacon and its epicenter, or its role as an epicenter of the country's brickmaking region back in the 19th century. So this rich architectural history, I think we're hearing a lot about this evening. And when you walk down Main Street, I think there is a cohesiveness. Say what you will, I know there's been a lot of debate over some of those new construction developments over the years. But I think when you look at those buildings closely, there has been an effort made to create detail on those structures. If you look at 344 Main, for instance, there's a reference to the mansard roof from the Victorian era with dormer windows. When you look at 418 and 420 Main Street, if you look at the back structure, which is the roof line mirrors the original roof line on Kitchen and Coffee. There's care, there's detail. On 226 and 234, you have decorative corbels and window pediments. And I think when you then look at the new architectural renderings of this High Street development, you don't see any recognition of the historic nature of this community, whether it's the brick. I know there's some on the plans that is referenced. However, it just, when you compare it to the historic district of High Street and the nature of that Victorian era from when those homes were constructed, it just looks like there has been no consideration of the architectural integrity in that neighborhood. And again, as you've heard from other speakers this evening, it just doesn't fit the mold of what I think a lot of other developments in Beacon have taken the care and the thoughtfulness of creating something that really reflects the community and helps us continue that historic integrity through architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Jill Reynolds, 10 Willow. Hello, everybody. I concur with a lot of really good comments so far this evening on both the particulars, the architectural particulars, and the general approach. I don't have any carefully prepared statements or images or anything. I appreciated the conversation about the telephone building when Jennifer thoughtfully brought up the idea of the qualitative and discretionary approach to standards. I know from some experience that the planning board can seem kind of toothless, that there's not a lot that from public perspective, we want you to do something, and I realize there's not a lot that you can do. But if you can take advantage of the discretionary and, what was the other word? Anyway, those standards, just go for it. Do whatever you can. I think the main problem, I sent in a few comments of more specific stuff that are attached to the agenda, if anybody wants to see, including my favorite about the clock tower, which is literally right out of the shopping mall playbook. If you Google shopping mall and clock tower, that's what you'll get. It's not appropriate, especially if for a project that's being talked about as the gateway to Beacon. Ironically, the entrance, the facade of the building along 9D, which is how most people enter Beacon, is completely blank, except for, there's windows, but there's no entrance, nothing that says, this way to Beacon, welcome to Beacon, here we are. I know there's the entrance on the corner, but there's still this, I'm just from looking at the renderings, it looks like it's an affront. There's nothing that says, hi, we're so glad you're here, especially for pedestrians, of which I am one. I know there was something else, but anyway, good luck. I know there's not a lot you can do. I think what I was going to say is that the building is too big. There's been a lot of agreement on that. And so there's a limit to how much can be done in terms of breaking up the facade or adding detail to the facade. And short of making a bunch of separate buildings, which I'd be fine with, I'm not sure what you can recommend. So, good luck. We're counting on you.
Thank you, Jill.
A2 Brute.
Your seat's still open,
No PowerPoint today.
Good.
Robert Fioruto, 16 High Street, Beacon. A lot of stuff has actually been talked about, which is a little soothing to me, but still, there are some specific items that they keep saying, oh, we're working on it, but we're not seeing anything. So I just have a couple points here, I'll be quick. My last PowerPoint presentation, you had said you'd look at it and review it. So a couple points in there. Has any consideration been made on moving the trash dumpster from 16 High Street property line? Okay. Also, has any consideration been made on reducing or moving the 20-foot parking lot light pole from 16 High Street property line? Can that be moved further in? If you remember on my last PowerPoint. This has been brought up, but it seems like they keep skirting this issue and they talk outside their mouth. There still isn't an artist rendition of the back of the Beekman High Street building. What does it look like? It will face High Street and viewed by 50% of the houses. And also, there still isn't an artist rendition of the back parking lot and surrounding area of Beekman High Street. They keep saying they're going to produce that. I think you've said a couple times tonight that you want to see this. How can you approve something? You can't even see the artist renditions. And also, still going through, I don't know, he pulled something up here. I don't know if that was in the package that I went to. But anyway, still, the heights of the buildings all still remain at 48 feet. You go through all their heights on these buildings. There's no change there. And it's really simple. You can go to one of the buildings and just see a 10-foot parking garage, 12-foot, 12-foot, 15. It's like, you just add up 65 feet. I don't know why you can't actually put in these elevations, the proper elevations from the lowest point to the highest point, what they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Edwin Chong, 20 High Street. Again, okay, just like Robert, no PowerPoint this time. But last time I spoke about the need for design consistency, right? And just to kind of continue on that note, based on some of the recent comments about, the development being a gateway to Beacon and feeling that like you might be a little bit limited in what you can do in order to kind of address the design or the styling of that sort of thing. I think I'm still new to all of this, but just kind of wanted to reiterate that it seems like there's a couple, it seems like the wording in the linkage district plan and the city code both kind of give the board a little bit of flexibility in terms of being able to, push forward with Beacon's goal of historical preservation and everything, right? There's wording in there that asks us to support a sense of design context that appropriately relates historic buildings, which goes to, I think, a lot of the points that others have raised tonight, and that any new construction shall be compatible with neighboring structures, right? So on the one hand, we have a very, Victorian-looking block that, even though Chipot's kind of said that, like, in their estimation so far, there's no adverse impact, although I would note that they made that judgment based on the materials submitted to them so far, which I think so far have been largely coming from the applicant and not from the rest of the community. But they have said that, like, it's, the High Street block is worthy of historical designation because of its distinct Queen Anne architecture. And again, I think it's really important to take that into consideration with the design of the new building, right? Because on the other hand, with this proposal, we have a very industrial-looking factory aesthetic being proposed, right? And we've been kind of saying this over and over again, and I'm sure that you're very familiar with us saying it. I thought it might be helpful to have an example, right? I think someone else gave a lot of great examples in terms of the detailing of specific buildings throughout the city, and just wanted to kind of reiterate one example that I think is a particularly good one in this case, and that's like Mirbeau, right? I think that new building going up, the design being proposed for it, is a really good example of a large building, right, that follows a very Victorian kind of styling, which would, I think, blend in very well with the neighborhood, right? And I think it serves as a good kind of counterpoint to the idea that, like, this, that this building being proposed on Beekman is too large to really accommodate much design or much detailing, right? I think Mirbeau serves as a really good example of how something can be done to kind of capture that Victorian aesthetic in a really good manner. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Again, this public hearing currently is open for SECRA and, we do have, thank you.
I'm here. Katie Helmuth, Ward 1. As for the look of this building, I know we were just talking about taste and style, but in this case, a few of these big buildings have not been in my personal style, but that's not an argument I go hard on in this project. I suppose I gave up or lost hope on pressing for that with other buildings built. As the former speaker Beth pointed out, the Alchemy building is indeed beautiful and refreshing as something new. I do think that this presented design is a missed opportunity for a beautiful, captivating style. I was just at the Marist campus for the student-produced Silver Needle runway show, and the buildings on that campus were mainly covered in large stones, which produced a comforting feeling. Some of the dorms were designed as flat cement that did not destroy the feeling, they just weren't charming or comforting. As for what is an architectural gem or the gateway, or what should be the welcome building into Beacon, there seems to be several of these buildings that are dubbed the welcome gateway into Beacon. Beacon's new firehouse, for example, was dubbed an architectural gem, but I don't see it as anything that stands out. To me, it's mainly a flat brick building that does not match the city's town hall and that it stands in front of or with. There aren't any details about that building or this building that strike me. Except for the geothermal floor that the city council found justification in evicting the retired firefighters from their community centers of the original firehouses to pay for that floor. My biggest ask would be that it include units with 4 bedrooms in it in order to accommodate families. Most of these buildings are 1 and 2 bedroom buildings. Lots of couples move here and have less places to go once they have kids. They grow out of these 2 bedrooms and they need storage. That all said, I do appreciate that Beacon is a hodgepodge of style that property owners can generally build on the look that they like. As for the Victorian homes that this building is in the neighborhood of, it does seem like it would make that neighborhood even more charming or defined in that they are surrounded by other styles that don't match at all. I do like the idea of the Dia parking lot being green with those tall grasses. Ties in well with the scenic Hudson's Long Dock Park down below that this building could flow into. As for traffic, if the Fishkill Corridor Committee succeeds in removing vehicular traffic from Route 52 on the way to I-84, the traffic here on 9D will certainly pile up even more than it already is, regardless of this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
When we finish the public comment, could I just be recognized for a brief comment?
Sure.
'Cause I think it's germane to the...
I don't know, is there anyone else who wants to speak on this? Did you have anything?
I'll respond, but I'll let Len.
Yeah, Len.
And I'll try to be really quick, but I think maybe germane to the conversation that at about the same time this application initially came before the planning board, there was coincidentally an exhibition in the Beacon Historical Society of photographs of Beacon's vanished West End, which was in this neighborhood.
Speak a little bit closer.
Sorry, and you know that we looked at, several of us went and took a look at those photos, looked at that neighborhood. It was characterized by sort of continuous frontage of 2- and 3-story kind of commercial, buildings or residence over storefronts. They were not particularly heavily ornamented buildings, certainly not like what we have on the east end of Main Street. Many of them were characterized by a rounded arch feature, which we charged REA to try to incorporate into some of the early designs for the Beekman Street development. Ultimately, I think the planning board decided during ARB that the look didn't work. It was kind of rejected in favor of the rectangular archways, but the pedestrian arcade was intended to pick up some of those kind of the feel of the continuous commercial frontage of West End. The other feature were some really large industrial buildings. So I think we're in no way tied to what existed in this vicinity. The original, before Pop Mart, the structure on the site was a girdle factory that was about the plainest shoebox of a building you could ever look at, because I asked the Historical Society to pull the photos for me to see if there was something that we could use as inspiration in the original building that's now been demolished. But like I said, we're not tied to the past, but it would be sort of a fantastic notion to imagine that at one time this neighborhood was populated with nothing but grand Queen Anne's or, very richly ornamented Victorian storefronts like we have on other parts of Main Street. It just wasn't. So, I think it's beneficial to the conversation for folks who know that the board looked at the historical fabric of the neighborhood and looked at ways to maybe try to work some elements of it in, but ultimately it didn't get reflected in what we have now.
Good context. Thank you.
I think if I may, for the benefit of the board and the public, we have addressed a number of the comments that have been presented tonight in written submissions. We have a multitude, it's 19 submissions that have gone through similar conversations with architecture, with going through the factors and laying out. I think, importantly, this property itself is not fully situated in the HDLO, only a portion of it, which was a prior residence that had been demolished many, many years ago, is the sort of cornerstone of where that HDL is. Notwithstanding, the project has been designed to reflect a lot of all of what you've said, including the existing development in relation to where the property is. Of course, we're talking about City Hall, we're talking about the views, we're talking about the linkage corridor and those projects that have been developed over the last 10 years, consistent with what the comprehensive plan was looking for. I think an important sort of segue from that was, of course, the architect for the project has done, if not all the projects that were presented in that, that I could see, actually, you couldn't see it, but that were referenced tonight, that architect has worked on those projects, and we're working in those queues. And to Mr. Werner's point, the board had 3 sit-down architectural review board meetings to evolve this project to be, that beacon of Beacon, to try and embody that. And I think importantly, this is 2 buildings. This is not 1 building. There's been a number of mentions tonight about the building. The High Street building is a smaller building. It is not all one structure. There are 2 buildings on the site. The design has been, it's tried to work in all of those characteristics relating to Beekman Street. We pulled the building up to Beekman Street. We're literally acquiring property from the state in order to do that. There's been a number of evolutions here that don't just show at the public hearing, because you'd have to look back at the 19 submissions that have started from day 1, pre-submission and pre-meetings to get to where it is today. So this project has evolved. Notwithstanding, there was also mentioned, I believe, by maybe a neighbor who hadn't been involved because they weren't on High Street or part of the notice, but the applicant also did have a meeting with members of the public, and many of those that are presenting to you tonight did come to what we call the donut meeting to kind of sit down, go through the project, hear comments, and try and implement those and work those into the project. Notwithstanding, of course, that's what this forum is for, is to work to try and implement those comments and changes into the site plan. So we are doing that. We've mentioned we're working through lighting. We're sort of fast forwarding to site planning issues because we're involved in that process now, but they are distinct processes, and I think that's part of the discussion before you, is that the secret process is to be completed at the earliest time possible, followed by, again, these evolutions from site plan, subdivision, and continued hearings, which we're going to have. This project isn't complete when there's a secret determination. So process-wise, the public may perceive that this is that they're all tied. They are all intertwined, but procedurally, the environmental review takes place, and there can, if there are substantive changes that come out of that site plan or related process, we would have to go back to that early process. For those that have been a part of the board, you may recall the Edgewater project. When the city council made a change to the zoning, we had to come back while it had a negative declaration. The applicant, even though it was a reduction of the project, had to come back and get a new secret determination or consistency determination from the board. So it by no means ends that process, and I think that's all I have for tonight. And any other comments that I haven't addressed tonight that we haven't previously addressed, we will put into writing.
Yep. So a lot of work has been done to date. A lot of work yet still to do. And procedurally, yes, we have a couple of things that we should address tonight, with the understanding that, as you mentioned, there are still yet additional public hearings to be held. So one of the first items as a board we need to talk about taking action on is SECRA, and one closing SECRA public hearing in order to then address possible adoption. We need to discuss it, of the SECRA neg deck. So with that, on SECRA, and again, with the understanding, when we close SECRA public hearing, we still have site plan open, and we still have yet to open subdivision public hearing. So keep that in mind. Still plenty of opportunity, my point, for public to weigh in and share their comments. So let's talk about SECRA. Any discussion around closing SECRA public hearing this evening?
I have a clarification to ask.
Please.
And this has to do with, I think the main secret type impact was already discussed, and I just wanted to be reminded of how that resulted. It was the traffic impact and the lighting changes that were proposed. Now, is that something that's, is that a resolution that is memorialized in the application or in the approval process? The response of traffic light changes and other things that were the ways that, ways that traffic impacts were going to be mitigated on this intersection.
SECRA does address impact on transportation. Yeah, did you want to
And it's specifically listed from page 11 to page 12 of the SECRA neg deck, lists all the mitigation measures that the applicant has incorporated into the project to address traffic comments.
I thought...
Yeah, it includes continued monitoring, it includes the traffic signal phasing modifications and timing modifications for certain intersections, and coordination of the signals with the adaptive and, what is adaptive, what's the word?
Adaptive traffic signal system.
Thank you.
Right.
So that is
right, with the assumption that one of the initial things that I was concerned about the development of this site is that the traffic that backs up during rush hour, and that this will address that. And we have assurance from our consultants and the traffic people that that is going to help mitigate that.
Yeah, so they're not required to make the current traffic situation better, right?
No, I get it.
But they will mitigate any impacts that they're adding to the network.
Right, it's a limited response that's required.
Right, and so Kevin, to that effect, there's quite a bit in the SECRA neg deck around just that. And the finding is, for all of these reasons, the proposed action is not anticipated to have a significant adverse environmental impact on traffic or parking. So that's the finding, that's what's been noted in the secret neg deck, among quite a few other specific points. I think one that bears sort of highlighting has to do with consistency with community plans and community character. That particular provision, the proposed action, the secret neg deck states is not inconsistent with adopted community plans and community character, to wit. The project is consistent with the recommendations and goals identified in the 2007 Comprehensive Plan and 2017 Comprehensive Plan updates regarding density of development. The site is in the Linkage L district, and the number of proposed dwelling units complies with the provisions of the Linkage district. The location of the project in proximity to the train station is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan, which seeks to encourage development and allow for increased density of housing in the waterfront/train station area of the city. References those provisions of the comp plan that apply. The L District was established to assist with the transition between the Main Street core and waterfront area based upon the planning and development goals, objectives, and recommendations set forth in the City of Beacon Comprehensive Plan, dated April 3rd, 2007, and the plan update dated 2017. There's quite a bit more relative to how the application complies with the comprehensive plan around, for example, encouraging the development of high-density housing along Beacon Street, in quotes, increasing, again, in quotes, densities of housing located around the central commercial hub and the waterfront/train station area of Beacon, and the development of residential and or other uses along Beacon Street and Walcott Avenue to improve the pedestrian streetscape between Main Street and the train station. The comprehensive plan update similarly provides that, quote, the primary focus area for the 2017 plan is the waterfront and train station area. That goes into the vision for the waterfront and train station area. Talks about the LWRP, which we also have work to do tonight on. Notably, both the comprehensive plan and the comprehensive plan update identify the premises as the location for future development of high-density residential development. These recommendations are reflected in the purpose underlying the L District regulations, which is to, quote, encourage residential development to help support Main Street businesses and to create a vibrant, economically successful, walkable, and environmentally sustainable connection between Beacon's Central Main Street District and the train station and riverfront. We don't normally read these in great detail. There's quite a bit more just in terms of the SECRA neg deck itself, but I thought it was worth pointing out that specific provision as well as transportation as it relates to comp plan. So, as far as the secret public hearing, thoughts on or motion to otherwise close the secret public hearing? Don't all jump at once.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by David. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And then, as far as the secret neg deck, any thoughts, questions, other areas you want to focus on as a board? Or otherwise, a motion to adopt this neg deck as drafted?
So I'm going to reiterate what I said before, but just to make sure that I'm on the same page with this. We're comfortable that through the remaining reviews that we have with site plan approvals, that we can do the work that we need to do regarding potential screening between the High Street neighborhood and the building, and also the remaining architectural review that we have to do on the back of the building and lighting and other features, that we can
Yes.
consider approving the negative declaration, knowing that they will have to meet the minimum standards in the construction protection plan. And so all of these things give us the adequate
Yep. Keep in mind, SECRA is just one step in the process. It's an important one, but
And if there are any
there's still
substantive
quite a bit of
change-
work to do.
Right, and if there are any substantive changes to the application, changes in building design, park, all those considerations, the applicant the board could reopen the SECRA process as it results. So, I mean, those are all part of the process. We hope that not to be the case, but the project can and still will be revolved in the site plan and subdivision reviews, and the zoning board, which will also have a public hearing.
Yep, so again, we have...
Traffic conversation stops at this point?
No, so it doesn't stop. It simply, the SECRA neg deck simply memorializes for SECRA, State Environmental Quality Review Act, this part of the process and review, that these elements, all of those outlined in the negative declaration, do not have a significant impact. So, no, it doesn't stop the conversation. It simply memorializes that every part of the review to date, and as referenced in the SECRA neg deck, do not have a significant adverse impact.
And if I may, the public hearing...
That there is no adverse impact on traffic here?
Yes.
Moving forward, we're saying we all agree that there is no...
No significant. So if you were to find that there was a significant adverse environmental impact with respect to any of the categories that have been studied over the past year and a half,
We could come back to it.
then a positive declaration would be issued and a whole environmental impact statement would then be prepared. So it's that threshold, it's that level of when we say significant, that's what we mean. When we say significant, it would trigger a whole different path of review, one that we've not been going down up until this point. So SECRA is your determination of whether there is a significant adverse environmental impact on any of the relevant environmental issues involved in the project. So that could be traffic, plants, animals, stormwater, impacts to grading, historic resources, archaeological
I
resources.
got a good memory. You're listing them all.
Oh,
Plants and animals.
I go through it a couple times.
Flooding, yeah.
Gone through it a couple
But
times.
forgive me, I'm
Yeah.
catching up on some of this because I'm new.
Sure.
Making a vote on this now, we're saying that there is no adverse reaction to the traffic that is going to build up from this construction.
That based on the record that's in front of you, so all of the submissions from the applicant, reviews by your professionals, testimony from the public hearing, that there's no significant adverse impact to, for example, traffic. And the negative declaration that's been prepared based on all of that material goes through and outlines the intersections that have been studied, what the applicant has presented, what the city's own professional traffic consultant has opined based on his review of the information that's been presented by the applicant, and those mitigation measures that have been built into the project to address any potential increase in traffic.
Got it.
So
And
that's
all been addressed and
incorporated, baked
everyone believes
into
that to be
this.
true.
Correct.
Yeah, and based on what we've learned over the years from reading traffic reports, hearing consultant testimony, and seeing with our own eyes what like traffic leaving the train station looks like, an actual impact would be like traffic Armageddon. That's right.
Right, like it would, the impact.
So there is that element of the review that needs to be a significant impact.
And for Mr. Vermilion's viewpoint, this project analyzed all the other projects, those that haven't been built, let alone what have been constructed. And thinking of this, you have to kind of think in reverse. The traffic impacts from this site, generally speaking, are opposite to those of going to the train and returning. These vehicles are not driving to the train, right? They're not going the same flow as those that are creating the traffic existing. So there's studies that have been done by our applicant side that is reviewed by your consultant and then evolved and reviewed by the board, and changes to the plans. We've evaluated turn lanes, we've updated traffic signaling all throughout the corridor. There's a host of other measures that take into account all of the projects not even built yet.
Gotcha. And I don't know if it's my place to be talking about any of this and late in the game that I am, but I just think it's all fancy talk for getting around the problem of there's going to be a major traffic burden from all of this.
Well, the goal is...
And if I'm voting on something, I just want to know if
Yeah.
I'm voting on something to move this forward, does that get rid of any kind of ability I have to look deeper into the traffic impact?
So I will...
Is that even something I'm capable of having an opinion about?
So yes, of course, this is all, these are all good questions to ask, and I'm glad you're asking them. So that has not been the conclusion of the traffic professionals. So between the applicant's traffic professional and the board's traffic professional, the conclusion has not been that there's going to be a big burden on the traffic network, on the roadway network, as a result of this project.
Got it. So our independent reviewer has given the okay from our
Correct.
position.
Yes.
And
importantly-
we can lean on that review.
You can lean on that, yes. So,
great.
and the board has asked questions of our professional.
We've exhausted
traffic-
this topic.
I think we have.
And just so you know, one other agency too is the New York State DOT also reviewed this, and so it's been more than just our consultant and the cities. It's the state has also looked at it, and when you're looking at the application and a secret determination, you're looking at the project-specific impacts, not the impacts as a whole. So here you're looking at this project, and this project is not having a potentially significant adverse impacts, and it is otherwise mitigating those through the implementation of all of these other mechanisms that it's used, again, to try and better that condition. But again, this project is not creating the problem, so to speak.
Right, and if I could add one thing, I believe it was looked at by the state whether or not a
Turn
a
lane,
turn
yes.
lane would help in this case, and they did not recommend it, which
Correct.
I was surprised at myself because it seemed like an obvious thing, but we have to depend upon their judgment.
It's an important
I mean,
point.
as a
and just-
resident here for so long, this just seems crazy that this would not increase traffic. But again, like if we had somebody reviewing it on our behalf and it's been put forth and the board gets behind
Importantly,
it, I'm
this-
not going to stop that. I just wanted to know my rights to question this being new to the board.
Right, and I just also, with respect to the turn lane, even though that was not recommended at this time by the consultants or by the state, the applicant did demonstrate that there is sufficient right-of-way so that in the future, if a turn lane is needed, this project is not going to preclude that lane from being constructed.
Right.
So for example, the walkway and that entry plaza by the clock tower, the improvements are not, so close to the edge of the roadway to preclude a turn lane from being added there in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah, we got.
Well, you brought up a lot of concerns about light that actually got me thinking, basically, is this an issue we should be looking at in the context of SECRA with regard to adjacent property owners?
So I think they've demonstrated that their current plan doesn't have any lighting impacts on adjacent property owners. And I think we heard tonight and at the last meeting that they're going to continue to refine their lighting plan. So to the chairman's point before, the discussion doesn't end here.
Right, and the standard is not whether there's any impact whatsoever, it's whether the lighting plan would have a potentially significant adverse environmental impact on the community. We're proposing dark sky compliant lighting. We're proposing to minimize that and not have it extend off the property, but we're even going to refine that further to the extent that there is appropriate inclusions on the building or the landscaping or the layering as discussed. So
Again, so there's still work to do. We're at the point where the key words are significant adverse, and should anything arise in our further review, rise to the level of significant adverse, we can come back to SECRA.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
reopen SECRA.
Correct.
So having taken a hard look, can I advance a motion to adopt?
You may.
Negative
Yes,
declaration?
motion by
as
Len
drafted?
to adopt neg deck. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. So then, as well, we got a couple of other things we got to do tonight. In
So-
which particular order?
Yeah, I would recommend the next step,
We
which
got
I don't think
zoning,
you
we've
listed,
got
I'm not sure
LDP.
that you listed at the beginning, but there is also the LWRP.
Yeah, so LWRP zoning and opening public hearing, subdivision.
For subdivision, yes.
So should we do that first?
Which one?
Opening subdivision public
Sure.
hearing? Let's do it. So, motion to open, to notice for next month.
No, it was noticed.
Oh, it was noticed,
It was
sorry.
noticed, you're opening, yeah.
Motion to open public hearing, next month's meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Len,
I'll second it.
Second by James, all in favor?
Aye.
Then we can go to ZBA recommendation?
So the ZBA, it's a referral to the
referral,
ZBA, so that the zoning board can place on its agenda the one variance that the applicant is requesting for the setback for the parking area.
Right. Motion to do so.
Wait, what is this variance? Because this has been referenced several times. I don't even
Yeah.
remember.
Let's dig in.
So there's 3 parking stalls on the southwest portion of the lot that are located within what is required in the linkage district is a 40-foot setback. So all parking should be set back 40 feet
From the
any
property line. Yep.
And there's 3 parking stalls that encroach into that 40 feet. If you want to pull it up or show more detailed.
By the way, there's yet another public hearing you all can attend if you want.
That's correct.
So what do we,
They're just referring it to
We're
the
referring
ZBA
it to
for
the
the
ZBA.
ZBA to consider
It's just-
that.
Yes.
That's a
Rather
procedural
than
mechanism.
denying, which would be a path for it to go to the ZBA, right? They can't just take it up without a...
There's portions of these 3 spaces that encroach into that setback from, yep, zoom in, Aria. That encroach into this setback from the property line, not from the street or not from the sidewalk, but from the property line. So those 3 spaces require that relief from the zoning board.
well, so in other words, what are we actually, are we supposed to be giving a recommendation to the zoning board?
It's a,
No,
it's a-
We're just referring them.
Just referring.
Yeah. And if I may,
No.
just for the benefit of the board and the public and those that may can well attend to the zoning board of appeals, it's a peculiarity in the code, the way it's written, because it is behind the building, but it's to the side of the other building. So it's...
We're not making a recommendation.
Don't
just
make
give
it
to
more
them.
complex than it needs to be.
It's my job.
So, yeah, it's a procedural step, so.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You might recommend that some of the well-thought-out recommendations from neighbors be accommodated as a result of this accommodation with the code.
Thank you.
That's the only thing I would say as a general recommendation. None of them seem unreasonable.
Thank you.
Yep, so, motion to refer to ZBA.
Motion.
Motion by David. Second?
Seconded.
Second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
And then we have the LWRP consistency. We would need to adopt that into the record. So, any discussion, questions on that? Or?
So the
a motion?
resolution, it was prepared reviewing all the relevant policies of the LWRP with the determinations as to how the project is consistent with each of those relevant policies.
What does it stand for?
Local Waterfront Revitalization Program.
All right, SWIP? SECRA?
They know those are gonna be
Another
pop quiz.
acronym? What are we voting on here?
So this is there's a lower waterfront revitalization.
Local.
Local.
Waterfront Revitalization Program.
Revitalization
So there's
program.
portions of the city of Beacon that fall within that program's ambit. And for properties within that particular program, there are a number of policies, and each project is reviewed to determine whether the project is consistent with those policies. It's things like improving access to the waterfront, making sure that there's no siltation from, erosion and sediment control measures are going to be in place to make sure that there's no erosion into the water bodies,
Right.
that sort of thing.
So this is memorializing the fact that there is consistency with this application. So therefore, any other questions, comments, notes? Otherwise, a motion.
Motion.
Motion by David.
Second.
Second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
So, next step, let's talk about how we address continued ARB, specifically on the rear of the building. ARB subcommittee? Thoughts?
Do you have a preference? Do you want to continue with the full board? We've been doing that. I mean,
Yeah, why
I
don't
don't
we?
feel strongly about pulling it back to the subcommittee.
Let's do it.
So. Aaron, what do
I'm
you
fine
think?
with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was going to make it, I'm going to make my quick comment. Can I just
no
do one?
jokes.
Just real quick? This is we're playing all the acronyms. But for an anecdote to the LWRP and why we're in it, the EAF, for example, automatically triggered that we should be careful for sturgeon on our site. So, just to context of sometimes how these policies might overreach just a little bit.
You never know where those.
There were no sturgeon in our evaluation.
Impact,
There were no,
the sturgeon.
no
Okay.
sturgeon were harmed in the making of this, so.
Thank you.
I'd like to
Okay.
see that report.
Next item on the agenda, quick 2-minute break,
Yeah.
and then we'll come back to it.
The one thing.
All right.
Here we go.
I need some form of,
You need a
some
mallet.
semblance of power.
What we got now, big guy.
All right, so we are back to our regular agenda, which is, next item, public hearing and continued review of application for site plan approval, accessory apartment, 10 Ackerman Street, submitted by Rachel Hepsimy. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, so the properties at 10 Ackerman
Sorry,
Street.
I have one procedural item we've got to address. We need to move to open the public hearing.
Motion to open a public hearing.
Motion by Len, second by Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank
Okay.
you.
So the application is to create an accessory apartment by adding on top of the existing garage. We reviewed the site plan last month. There were some minor comments which were addressed. Hudson Land Design provided the engineering information that was requested. So, the minimal changes, but we're basically ready.
Okay.
Yep.
Want to start with?
Yep, I'll
Ms.
start
Quinn?
by saying I have 4 comments on my letter, but all comments can be incorporated into the final site plan or just for the record. So comment 1 and 4, just for the record, noting what we discussed earlier in the training session, that the storage only on the second floor does not apply to accessory apartments, so that doesn't apply here. And then just capturing the conversation from the last meeting, that the board did look at the location of the proposed accessory apartment stairs along the west property line and did not raise concerns about visibility. There's a section in the code about looking at that, so I just wanted to record that. The 2 other comments are just notes to be added. One is just noting that the property is within the city's historical flood area, and that could just be a note on the plan. And then lighting, I noted that a gooseneck lighting fixture is proposed above the doorway entrance, which makes sense. So I think just making a note that will comply with all the requirements in 223-14B.
Thank you.
The only other thing I would add is, you've revised the plans, but you didn't put a revision date on the plan. So when you revise these.
Put the right date on it.
Right, so sheet 1 still had the previous date on it, but yet there was changes made to it, so.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, board, questions?
This is very pertinent. We were just discussing this as an issue, and the one question I had was, how would the procedure be different with the proposals that are before the board for this application? Because there's been 2. You had to come here twice, right, for the site plan, and then to respond to some of those things. I'm just curious what the effect would be.
So this would have gone straight to the building inspector. It meets all the locational requirements, the setbacks, the frontage, the coverage. So I think the one thing that we would have had to analyze in the new one is its proximity to the other unit, and making sure that is, I think, 10 feet apart, depending on the zone, 10 feet. And if all that was met, it would have just gone straight to the building inspector.
Right. So if we made a recommendation that ADUs that are visible from the street or that are in HDLOs or other things would go before the architectural review portion of this, right?
Mhm.
Generally, those are, it's a very short review.
One meeting.
Never more than one. Rarely do people have to come back.
Mhm.
They do, but it's not. So those are the 2 sort of choices. That's a range of
Yeah,
options.
I appreciate you
And
applying
just using
that.
this as an example, right? Because this seems like a super low impact application, right?
Mhm.
And it's easy for you because you have friends, you're in the business and all this other stuff. This was not a huge stretch. This wasn't that difficult for you to do, and it's nice to see you guys, and anyway. But it could have been an email, right? You know, this could have been dealt with much more simply if you're trying to reduce the barrier.
The bureaucracy of it,
right?
yeah.
So just as an example, there probably are outliers that you do want to have a look at, so.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll come back to that at the end of the meeting, but thank you, Kevin, for pointing that out. Anything else, board? Okay, we'll go to the public. Anyone here from the public to share their thoughts, comments? We can always count on you, Teresa.
Teresa Kraft. I even have it written down.
Wow.
I support this particular project. This endeavor demonstrates a commitment to the quality of life in our community, the kind that you're looking for. I like that the entrance was allowed to stay on the hillside rather than move into the small courtyard living area. And Rachel's experience and career in architecture and construction will only equal a quality build. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll accept a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Motion by Len, second by, who was that?
Kevin, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then we also have a draft resolution for adoption. Any discussion, questions, notes? Otherwise, I'll accept a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Kevin.
Second.
Second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
It's going to be
So,
awesome.
next item on the agenda, continued review of applications for amended special use permit and amended site plan, hotel and restaurant, 1113 Walcott Avenue, submitted by Prophecy Theater LLC. Good evening.
Oh, look at that.
You haven't been here long enough.
I know.
Sorry, state your name clearly for the record.
Good evening, R.A. Siegel, representing the applicant who's here with me. So we submitted the full set of revised plans, renumbered. There were minor updates to the plans, but essentially we're here to finalize the site plan review, and I believe that there's a resolution to discuss.
Right, so just procedurally, we do have secret neg deck drafted we can discuss. We also have draft resolution to discuss. But first, let's just make sure, just from the standpoint of the city's planner and engineer, Ms. Quinn, do you have anything?
All my previous comments have been addressed.
Thank you. Mr. Russo.
REA, your plans will need to be signed and sealed when they come in. And please properly correct the numbering on the bottom of the sheets instead of taking a bold marker.
Oh, yeah, we took care of that.
Okay.
Do you have a lighting plan? Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, so as far as secret neg deck, we do have the draft resolution in front of us. Any questions or other discussion on the subject? So a motion to adopt?
Motion.
These, adopt which, the
Neg deck.
Neg deck.
Yep. Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by David. All in favor?
Aye.
And then we have the draft resolution to adopt as well.
I just want to mention,
Yep.
Mr. Hecker pointed out a typo that I made in the resolution with respect to the hours of operation. I had flipped some of the hours that were stated on the plan. So the hours were corrected today to note that the restaurant, and this is consistent with what's shown on the site plan, but the resolution was updated. So the restaurant, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Sunday through Thursday. Sunday brunch occurring 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Friday and Saturday. I had 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Okay. So those are in this new draft, right?
Yes.
Yep.
It's not in the draft that's posted, but it was revised today.
Okay. Take your word for it. So, motion to adopt resolution as amended to incorporate correct hours of operation.
I think we need to, shouldn't we also be doing this pending revision of the site plans on the way?
Yep,
Erica
those
just-
are, let's see, the
Oh, is that a condition
conditions.
in there? I'm
It's
sorry,
part of
I
the-
had not
part of the
seen that.
So, some of the
resolution, yeah.
conditions, A, where is it? Oh, sorry. That must have fallen out.
Okay, so it was the sheet numbering and the sign, the site plans.
He's got to
The
sign and
city-
seal
the
his plans. right.
So just approve it with those, that being an addition.
And that'll be
to it.
added, yep, the Lankin Tully comment
whatever
memo will be added as a
conditions.
condition, yep.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve the amended site plan
Yep.
with the revisions I just stated.
Perfect.
Okay, gotcha. We usually do include the conditions. You're saying that one was not.
That one, for
Got it.
some reason, didn't make it in, so.
Okay, thank you, David. Motion by David?
To approve the application, the resolution as
Yep.
amended. Yeah, adopt the resolution as amended.
So motion's on the table by David. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Len, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item number 5, continued review of application for subdivision approval residential, 74 Anderson Street, submitted by Sandhya Gupta. Good evening.
Good evening. Dan Kohler with Hudson Land Design, engineer for the applicant. We did make a few changes from the last meeting. We shifted the driveway a little bit further away from the adjacent property line, which also allowed us to move that retaining wall a little bit. It also gave us an opportunity to make that retaining wall a little bit shorter in height as well as a result of that shift. So those are some of the positive things that we did there. We were able to also supplement some of the existing vegetation with proposed vegetation along the face of that wall. And we've redirected the sanitary for Lot 2 through Lot 1 now within an easement. So I know you have a resolution before you. Just note that the, let's see, 5th whereas on page 1 talks about the preliminary plat last revised date. That date should actually be April 29th, 2025.
Sorry, Dan, you're on the 5th whereas?
Yep, so the
Yep.
preliminary plat date, it says, right now, it says May 28, 2024.
Got it,
That should
yep.
be April 29, 2025.
April 29th, got it.
Okay.
Nice though, this goes.
So with that amendment, anything else needs to be addressed of significance, either Natalie or John?
I just had a minor comment with regards to the retaining wall on Lot 2 and basically showing the guide rail that would be needed above that on the
Okay.
plan. There's nothing showing there now. I
Yeah,
know
we
you
just
have a
did a call
comment,
out, but,
right?
yeah. We can do something, but
Yeah, I think it should be
that'll
kind of
be
shown
refined
somehow.
by the design that's going to be required too. So-
Right, but I think it
yeah.
should be clearly shown on the plan. so
Absolutely, will do.
People don't see it, they're not going to put it in.
Yeah,
problem.
and then keep in mind, all these resolutions for adoption usually take into account those remaining requirements of planning and engineering still open to be completed before my signing the final. So those are conditions. So to that end, I'll accept a motion to adopt.
Motion.
Motion by Len,
Second.
second by James, all in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you very
Thank
much.
Wow, we're just rolling through them now.
They're going gas.
Next item on the
I'm sure
agenda.
there's a wall coming somewhere.
Mercedes.
Yeah. So you, oh, sorry. I won't say anything. Continued review of application for site plan approval, 14 North Cedar Street, 4-unit multifamily dwelling submitted by Servone Perucci Realty. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and those enjoying our coffee tonight, although not drive-through. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I am joined by the new project architect, R.A. Siegel, who, like my office, is new to the project for you this evening. We are also joined by the owner and engineer, Angelo Perucci. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we are here for the continued review of the applicant's proposal to construct a new two-story, four-unit multifamily dwelling at the property, along with associated site improvements, including a parking area. Before I do turn it over to RA to show you his updates on the plan, since it's been a few months since the applicant was before you, and since we're all sort of jumping in the team here, we wanted just to bring everyone up to speed on where we are based on your comments and our updates to the plan. So let me first start with a little bit about the property, which is classified in the city's transitional zoning district, and RA is going to walk you through those redesigned plans. As is detailed in our April 29th submission, the new two-story, four-unit dwelling also includes a parking area for 5 parking spaces and 1 ADA-compliant parking space. The applicant is also proposing new curbing and sidewalks along North Cedar Street, Church Street, and within the property, as well as fencing, pole-mounted and building-mounted exterior lighting, as well as on-site landscaping. Since we were last before you, well, since the applicant was last before you in January of this year, the applicant made some important design changes to the building. So I'm going to go through those in summary, some of which are included in our letter to you all, and of course, then RA can show you the visual. The building has been relocated such that its primary frontage is now on Church Street rather than on North Cedar, with access to the building available via a short staircase from Church Street, and then via concrete ramps which connect to Church, North Cedar, and then the proposed parking area. The relocating building is now 10 feet from both North Cedar and Church to improve its compatibility with the existing front yards and vicinity to the property. And the proposed parking area has been moved to a location internal to the property. Visibility of the parking area will be limited by the proposed building and the existing accessory building on the property. The appearance has also been refined. So the Church Street facade is now divided into 7 vertical sections with trim contrasting colors to enhance the visual interest and then to break up the facade of that building. The proposed landscaping incorporates 5 tree species. So we have 2 shrub species and 2 grass species that we've included for all 4 seasons. The green siding of the building provides a contrasting backdrop for the birch trees and the northern sea oats for all 4 sides of the building. The building will be finished with board and batten siding and green and brown trim and casement windows, and will be installed along the 1st and 2nd floor, and then elevations to the building have been provided. So procedurally, we understand that the board previously initiated the seeker environmental review process. Took away the A, because in New York sometimes we sneak the, just call it seeker, not sneaker. As we noted in our submission, DEC currently is considering this type of an application as a type 2 application. So right now it is unlisted, but this might be rare, and I said it to the city attorney at one point, this might be one of those rare applications that during the process, it might actually go from an action that's listed to a type 2 action. But, you know, still keeping those fingers crossed. But for now, we are an unlisted action. We know that you've already taken that process into account and initiated your environmental review. With that, knowing it's been a long night so far and we've got more to come, I'll have RA walk you through the new renderings for the plan.
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, so basically, we after reviewing the previous meetings and application material, we took a look at the suggestions that were made. So the building is now, oriented around Church Street with the entrance to the parking lot on North Cedar Street. There's that range of required parking spaces. We have 5, and there's 4 apartments. But, we could fit 5 in there with a handicap space comfortably. We added landscaping around the building and the parking lot. We also looked at the building design, and there's elevations and the rendering there. So it seemed like the main comments on the previous design, it was from a modular building company. It was pretty flat facade. And so we, actually the applicant spoke to the modular company because he's still going to be working with them, but we were able to, work with them, and they can do this modified design with, it's not so flat, it's broken up a little bit, and hopefully it fits a little bit better. you know, and we also looked at some of the details of the comments. There's a canopy over the front entrance now. And, you know, both the front elevation that you see in the rendering and the rear have that further articulation that the previous design didn't have.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Let's make the rounds. We'll start with Ms. Quinn.
All right, just I think for getting kind of context of this site, I think the cover letter did have kind of a nice narrative description about what's happening to the north, east, south, and west. But I think the one property adjacent on North Cedar Street, there is a building that is close to the existing structure in this parking area. So I think the code asks that you show properties and structures within 20-something feet. So I think that's the only one. If we can just show that, because I think the board just will be able to better talk about impacts to potential neighbors if we can kind of see exactly where that structure sits on the adjacent property. I think you did respond to one of the previous comments. One of my previous comments which was about trying to match the setback of existing properties on Church and North Cedar. So I do think the proposed reorientation of the building and those 10-foot setbacks from both street frontages, because this is a unique kind of corner lot, I do think that's commendable and better matches the setbacks of buildings on both of those streets. Just noting for the board, reminding of the parking requirements for this. So pursuant to kind of the recently adopted new parking section of the code, residential uses in the T district require a minimum of 1 space per dwelling unit, and they permit a maximum of 3 spaces. So this project as proposed has a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 12, and it's the planning board's jurisdiction to decide what the appropriate number is. The applicant, as mentioned, is proposing 5, one of which is an ADA space. So I think what would be helpful in terms of the parking information, I think it was mentioned that maybe a comparable analysis or a parking analysis is forthcoming. So, you know, just looking at the use that's proposed for 2-bedroom units, having the applicant provide justification that the board can look at to ensure that this parking is adequate based on the site-related information, proposed use, and comparable analysis of similar uses, properties in the area. This just might be my newness with the code, but I'm still trying to understand the heights here. So proposed building height, T District has a 2.5-story, 35-foot height limit. The applicant states that the proposed building is 2 stories with an attic for a total of 31 feet, 7 inches. So just for clarifying, is that attic a half-story? Are we at 2.5 stories, or is this really just a 2-story building? And I was just asking, I think that falls to the building inspector in terms of determination. Just want to have that clearly marked on the plans. I think we started to get renderings, so when we get those elevations, my comment of, or I think now that we do have the elevations, I didn't know whether ARB would be needed for this, if that's kind of traditional for the board for properties within the T District. There's not as many design regulations for the T District as there are for CMS or linkage. There's not. So it's just kind of general design standards, and I think the code talks about compatibility and stuff like that, but there's not specific design standards. And then for the lighting plan, I'm sure Jim might have more comments in this, but in line with the code, I was noting 3 specific requirements of the code that I think we just need to confirm compliance with in terms of average lighting level on site, color temperature of fixtures, and the color rendering index. And I think that's it, but maybe something else that comes up as we get into conversation is talking about I didn't understand that the building was still modular, so I'm sure that plays into it. But whether there was any thought originally of maybe having an L-shaped building so that you're fronting on North Cedar and Church. I know that's kind of hard, you're limited with modular structures, but whether or not that was considered, I think would be a good conversation to have. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Russo.
So they have submitted a preliminary stormwater report. I have several comments on that need to be addressed. They have to do soil testing, which that has been scheduled for this Friday to be done. Sheet 1 should be labeled sheet 1 of 11, not of 4. Sheets 6 through 11 should be provided with a full date, not just a month and a year. All the plans should clearly note North Cedar as one way in this area between Main Street and Church. I want to make it clear. This is only one way. We have a number of cleanup comments on all the plans themselves with regards to adding some bearings and distances, some call-outs. On the lighting plan, so sheet 3 of the plan set represents the lighting. It is recommended that lighting ISO lines on sheet 1 be removed for clarity. You know, sheet 1 is your site plan, yet you're showing all the lighting on there and the ISO lines on there. Let's leave them on the lighting plan. As far as the lighting plan goes, the ISO lines represented on the plan for the L2 fixture should be checked. You're noting 3 fixtures across the back of the building. I'm seeing multiple L2 across the back of the building, but it appears the ISO lines are only showing for 1 lighting fixture.
Right.
And then on another plan, I noticed that actually you have L2s going around the side of the building. So we really need to take a look at what lighting fixtures you're going to have and where. I have a number of comments on the utilities that have to be corrected also.
Okay.
So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
So, go ahead.
No, yeah, a couple of things.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. So there's less standards on what it should look like in this area?
There's just not specific, like the CMS district and the linkage district, they have specific like subsections of the code that go through a number of standards that a project must meet. The T district does not have those. So there's the general provisions of the code and what the planning board's looking at and the setbacks, but it just doesn't have as much specific language about design as some of those other districts do.
Yeah, and there's the architectural chapter 86, the ARB chapter too.
Yeah.
So Aria, you're taking the module design by this company and then applying it to the codes and regulations of the city, but not involved with the architectural details of the project?
No, I mean, the modular company's going to follow the design, essentially. To the extent that, you know, I mean, the L-shaped building is not something that could be done in a modular way, or it would be very difficult, but...
But then all the details are your office?
Yeah.
Have chosen all the details?
Yeah.
Got it.
Just for the benefit of the board, so again, the T district has been recent vintage, I guess, is relative, but the T district was created from what was the PB, what was really identified as a parking district for the CMS district. So the comprehensive plan recommended evolving that to a district that sort of served as a transition from Main Street to the more residential, whether it's single family, multifamily, or otherwise. So the densities and other sort of abilities to develop that for certain mixed uses, primarily office and some other lower intensity commercial uses, are also available on these transitional properties. So it's really a transition from Main Street to whatever the character may be of the surrounding neighborhood, which could be, you know, if you're further down on Eliza Street, you know, you have Hamfish Plaza. If you're, depending where you are, the transition kind of relates to that. So you're looking at the adjoining residential district and determining density and other things. So this is a transition from Main Street to whatever may be sort of surrounding it on the outskirt.
Okay.
Rather than a parking district.
I guess my only comment, Aria, on the building is that I drive past this lot every morning to drop my kids off at school, and this thing's, it feels mammoth even just it just feels so close to you and just feels mammoth. But, I mean, that's here and there. You have like vertical details that just kind of accentuate the height of this thing in a very residential part of the neighborhood, so it feels commercial. I'm sure you got the zoning to do it. It just, is there anything to like horizontally clean things up. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. It just feels mammoth. It just feels lack of detail is all, and I'm not used to that from you. Anyway, I do want to hit the lighting real quick, though. In a place like this that is highly residential, when you got pole lighting, it's aggressive. I might think of bollards, right? Keep the light low. In residential areas, we should keep the light low as possible, because we're really looking at foot candles on foot traffic, and we're not lighting like a penitentiary or anything, you know? So like the parking lots in these residential areas for these larger developments, we would be serviced to keep the light as low as possible by hitting all the kind of requirements for parking lots and so on. And we could do that with something that's like 6 feet or lower, right? And even lower than that, you could do it at like 4 feet and be successful. That also doubles a lot as landscape lighting. Right. So if you kind of mix your bollards with your landscape lighting, you can kind of knock two things out at once. Right? And then just the same comment as last time is just watch the foot candles, the lumen outputs and the CCTs on the rest of the stuff. Okay. Thank you.
We can also look at, horizontal siding just to see if that makes the impact that you're talking about.
Yeah, is this open to the public, this particular one? Have we had any public comments on the structure
No,
at
it
all?
hasn't.
Public hearing hasn't been
It
scheduled.
hasn't opened yet? Okay, I'm gonna leave it to them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Gonna throw you to the...
Yeah. Thank you, appreciate it.
No, I think your observation, Jim, about the verticality of the design elements is just accentuating somewhat of a scale, challenge. I don't know. I remember the initial submission, and I'm just full of, mixed emotions here. It reminds me of like a story my old friend told me about when she was young. She knew she'd gotten in trouble for something. So she went to her dad. She was going to get in trouble. She went to her dad and she said, "Dad, I'm pregnant." And of course he freaked out. And, he got through his freak out and she said, "I was kidding. I really, crashed the car or something." And he was like, "Oh, thank God." So I know you're hoping that because you came to us with something very different and with, an architectural designer associated with it, that somehow we'd be like, "Oh, thank God." But it still needs to work. Still needs a lot of work. And so starting with some of the, the scale issues, right? I think, there's always this nebulous aspect to design, when you describe, the sort of placemaking, the experience of the people walking past this, the fact that they're potentially looking right into somebody's bedroom window on the sidewalk. And then, the fact that you've got the kitchen and the dining area right on that corner, so close to the corner. I mean, there's just something about the quality of that. And I know, and I really, and again, this is where I'm really mixed. I understand there's a financial component to tying this modularity to the ability to build this, but I really hate the fact that somehow the design needs to be constrained by this, this modular aspect of it, because it doesn't sort of set you off with a great starting point in terms of, not great design. I'd like to hold you to the standard of like great transformative, transcendent, awe-inspiring design, but I want to at least get to the point of good, thoughtful design, and this just isn't it yet. There's the aspect of some of the detailing, like, looking at the other houses in context, even the overhang of the eaves on some of the adjacent properties is going to be a little bit different, so you might want to look at details like that. Just bring it much better into context. And as well, when you look at the third, or at least I don't know if that's I don't think it's an occupiable, habitable story, the upper. Think about why we're articulating that with windows that look like it might be habitable. It helps this idea of the height feel oppressive and massive. If there's other ways to think about bringing that down a little bit. And, maybe not using the articulation of the elevation. And I understand the approach of starting to try to, break the elevation up because it is a long mass by integrating the dormers. I don't know if that's the right approach. I might, you know, stick to a more traditional dormer aspect that's set up past the front face of the building, and then figure out how to create articulation on the larger face a little bit differently. Because again, those are adding to this sort of sense of verticality and height. And then again, I would think about, you know, how the windows are articulated. You know, these aren't your standard double hung. I get that maybe this is a nod to sort of a more modern kind of proportion for windows. But again, think about the context you're in. It does look like a sort of a second-rate kind of, you know, dentist office. Sorry to all the dentists out there. So there's just some aesthetics I would hope that you would work on as it relates to how this fits into the context and addresses scale. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Anything else, board?
Two things. I'll echo the observation on the windows, because one thing immediately hit me is like, what are these windows opening up into? Are there like elevated areas on the second floor that these are part of, or is this opening into the attic? And the second thing, just because this got brought up, in particular by Natalie, if you look in the definitions in 22363, there is a definition for half-story, the significant requirement of which is 2 adjacent walls of no more than 2 feet before they intersect the roof line. I think they
2 feet above the floor of such story.
That's.
I guess I was asking, it's not my job to interpret that, so I was just pointing it out. There's story and half-story definitions in there. They're saying it's 2-story. Are you saying, I'm just trying to determine if that's a 2.5-story.
That looks like 2.5 stories to me.
Yeah.
But I think
Right.
it looks like, just looking at the rendering, it's within the definition of a half-story.
Of a half-story.
Looks like. There's not enough measurements to conclusively say.
Yeah.
There was a previous application that got stuck with that. They tried to take advantage of that half-story on the top and make it basically a third story, but complying with that that aspect. And it was the one that's by the that gas station that's yeah. In any case, so I think that's an unclear area that like the illustration was clear in the guidelines, but the text of it leaves a lot of interpretation.
If you're doing a gabled or in particular a gambrel roof, the reality is you can just about build out another story on this.
Yeah, ultimately, it'll be the building inspector's determination as to what the height is.
Yeah, I mean, in order for a third story to be habitable, it needs all kinds of things, like exit signs and sprinklers and all that kind of stuff. It's clear that that's not what they're trying to do here.
I agree.
So
they can't.
But story doesn't mean anything about habitable in our code, in the zoning code.
No, I know. Yeah, I was just referring back to what
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't saying they can make it and they can call it habitable space. I'm saying that's what you can effectively build out.
Yeah, I understand.
What they do with it, I mean.
Yeah.
Then what's the point? Like, it's uninhabitable space. Why do we have windows and dormers and
Yeah.
another half-story
That's
up there?
what I asked.
In this kind of residential area, it doesn't.
It serves as symbolic, right?
It's the
Decorative
vernacular.
aspect.
It's the vernacular of the area. Plus,
Yeah.
it's easier to shed snow and rain from a
Yeah.
pitched roof.
I would prefer to have something there, if it was just a louver, right? Because it prevents that, you're breaking up the elevation, you're creating the sort of dormer roofs that are more common in the area. You know, there's a lot of things a lot of improvements from this, from the previous applications, which were really, super disappointing. Like, I'm like, thank God you just crashed the car, right?
That's putting it lightly, right.
In 2.5-story with like the attic space with like some kind of little vent window or something like there is seen on many of the buildings on this street.
Right.
Yeah.
They're barely, they have tiny attics though. They're barely over 2 stories.
Tiny attics, yeah.
It really comes down to the nuances and the thoughtful, attention to detail.
I'll try to make it brief, but I have a couple of recommendations, if that's okay.
Don't design it for him.
I was going to. There's two things that I thought of: the Delamater House and the. Now I'm blanking on
In
Downing.
Rhinebeck?
No, Downing did a lot of houses in the area. There's a regional vernacular with these batten houses, right? When I first looked at it, I was like, you can't have the gable ends have the same articulation, the same siding, right? But actually, that's what all those houses have. They have the board and batten going right into the eaves, right? But what they do have that's just missing and why it's looking odd, here it is, right? Is articulation of the details, the edges. There's two things you can do to improve this, in my opinion, without going to a redesign. One of them is to thicken and articulate the ridges of all the borders, right? So that there's a shade and shadow, so it's not which is more typical of this type of thing, this type of style, right? And the other one is that porch. If you put if you just put a bracket on it, right? Just simply adding some small detail like that didn't need to be historically accurate, because then you would end up in that awkward place where it didn't look. It's not actually ever going to be exactly like any historic building, right? Putting too complicated of a historic detail on it would look awkward and weird, right? But if you, the impact of accentuating and highlighting the border with design, with more articulated elements, the edges, would improve this. Also, think about the color red on the edge. That didn't seem like a great choice to me. The other thing I want to say is, like, it was so easy to improve this site plan. Like, this is not that complicated, but the previous site plans were so, like, for whatever reason, weren't thought through. This actually is not that bad, like, as far as the way that it sits on the street.
Was that damned by faint praise?
I want to make up for other things that I've said mean, I guess.
No, I'll look into the
Right.
detailing, and I mean, one thing I also just have to look at is, like, there are limitations in this modular situation, so I have to see what I can do with that, but I understand.
The
what you're
whole
talking
reason
about.
that you got hired, right, is because the modular, the off-the-shelf thing is never going to work in Beacon. Our laws aren't set up to accommodate the economies of modular construction, right? So I appreciate that what you're doing, right, is trying to make this system work, which I guess, I'm not a fan of it at all, and make it work within what we require in this city for places that we share with everyone.
I understand the comment.
You know what I'm talking about. This isn't your first rodeo. It's not the worst I've seen. It needs work.
Okay. Anything else, board? Okay, we can talk about noticing public hearing
If
for
I may,
next
Mr.
month's
Chairman, I think
meeting.
maybe based on some of the comments tonight, maybe we'd hold off on setting the hearing just so that we can kind of get some of those.
That's surprising coming from you.
Indeed. If I may counter your proposal and maybe say that it goes to the Architectural Review Subcommittee for some of that feedback to work with.
That's a good point. We could do this in subcommittee. We could also just continue full board. What are your thoughts, board?
I'm agnostic at this point for something like this.
Yeah, I'm fine with full
Small enough to
board.
keep it full board.
I'm with you, full board.
Fine.
Okay. We're going to keep it full board.
So we'll get you a supplemental submission to work towards addressing this, and then likely ask you to do that same thing you were going to do at the next meeting.
Next month? Okay, great.
All right.
Rare. Okay. Thank you.
Gotta keep you guessing.
Next item on the agenda, let's see. Yeah, review of application for site plan approval, mixed-use commercial and residential, 300 Main Street, and if there was ever any argument for, I should have opened an architectural practice years ago, it's this. Hi, REA.
Is he back again?
Yeah.
It's gonna say, hi.
Hi.
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. That's my more famous namesake, but for the record, Taylor Palmer.
Taylor Swift?
Yeah, you did.
I did. Tea time would be better,
You've been
but
swifted.
for now it's coffee. Again, for the record, Taylor Palmer with Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Angela and Anthony Hardesty who are the owners of the property that's before you this evening. Tonight, I'm also joined by our project architect, as the chairman mentioned, the one and only REA Siegel, architect, our engineer Mike Bodendorf of Hudson Land Design, as well as our traffic consultant Rich DeAndrea of Colliers. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we are before you this evening for our initial review of a new application for site plan approval, proposing to construct a 3-story mixed-use commercial and residential building. Before I do turn it to REA, Mike and Rich to give very brief presentations about the application and the parking analysis that we submitted, I do just want to give you a quick update and background about the project and the proposal that is for you for the benefit of the board. So I'll do that briefly. As is more fully detailed in our April 29th submission, and as we discussed with staff, city staff during our April 5th pre-submission conference, the new 3-story building will consist of 3,639 square feet of commercial and retail space on the first floor, as well as 8 apartment units inside the second and third floors of the building. There will be 5 separate retail commercial spaces of varying sizes, which are proposed to be installed on the first floor, and then 2 bedroom units, 2 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units are proposed to be installed on each of the second and third floors, making up the 8 units for the building. As you know, currently the existing development on the property includes and Ari, maybe you want to switch the plan here, boss? As you know, currently there's an existing development on the property. It includes a 1-story and partial 2-story mixed-use building. It's sort of the white building. It was the flower shop for many years. And it also has the walls and foundation of the former garage in the back behind the property. The property, just geographically for all of us, it's next to Happy Valley Arcade Bar, and then it's also across the street, in my mind, Glazed Over Donuts, and also the library geographically. The property has driveway with an existing curb cut onto Main Street that would be removed as part of this application. John Clark is smiling. Presently, the property, for once does not require a lot merger. You don't hear me saying that very often. So this property is existing. There is no lot merger or subdivision involved. The whole property is in the CMS zoning district, so we're not having any pieces touch any other districts. And then we abut, as we discussed with the prior application, the T or transitional district. And we're also not in the HDLO, and we do not abut any properties in the HDLO, a rarity along Main Street. So in a moment, REA is going to walk you through these plans to give you a kind of touch and feel of what the building is. And of course, it will front on Main Street with access to the northernmost retail corridor provided for Main Street as well. But just to kind of set that stage at the street level, the eastern portion of the property will be occupied by a pedestrian-oriented retail arcade walkway along the east side of the building. So we're trying to really activate and encourage that pedestrian component into the site. The vision behind that design is centered around creating not just a building, but really an experience that feels inviting and encourages people into that sort of beautiful rose covered space. The walkway will provide a pedestrian access to all 5 of those retail spaces.
It's on this one, but not on
Oh, fair enough. I don't know if you guys, I guess you can't see the one for the public, but so it's over there. Maybe a little help from the back here. Pete. Anyway, I'll continue on. Oh, no. This TV's. We've got 1, but not 2.
My thoughts exactly.
Should he
Must have like
unplug
hung
hers?
up on the prior image.
It's not going to let us forget.
You can have this or this.
Yes. Yep.
Guess I gotta add something in the budget next year.
Two different people. Yeah, look how long it took us to get seats.
It's 15 years.
It's really. It tracks a little well.
Just saying. Been here 15 years.
So weird.
First time we've seen
Back to like the.
All right, well.
And are they new or are they just like upholstered?
No, they're new.
Brand new?
You know that guy from the DA? Yeah, they're brand new.
Seeing that the public is here for the rest of the applications, we'll turn this screen for your benefit,
No, that's
but you all
fine.
have this as part of your application.
No, we can all
Yeah, we
see
got
it.
ours.
All right.
We've got everything we need.
So-
Leave this to the public.
All right, fine. So So the walkway will provide a pedestrian access to all 5 of the separate retail corridor spaces, including a secondary access to the northernmost space, as well as a lobby for the residential portion of the building. The walkway will be partially covered at the front and back with an open-air center that gently guides folks to the heart of the property. The eastern side of the walkways will include 2 retail window displays, several planters, and a trellis wall supporting climbing roses along the eastern lot line of the premises that will help soften the architecture and try and add to the warmth of the space. Lining the walkway, we have multiple doors that lead into the thoughtfully designed commercial spaces, but more just than functional access point, they're meant to encourage curiosity and exploration of that space, really again, to draw you in so you're not just stopping at one of the stores, hopefully getting through the space. The walkway will be finished with pavers and culminate with the landscape tenant amenity courtyard at the back area or the northern portion of the property. Above all, the applicants are trying to create spaces that really feel inviting. When people walk by, the client wants them to feel drawn in and like they're catching a glimpse of something worth exploring. So with that sort of setting the stage, they're really, excited about reinvigorating this site. And while you won't see it on that screen, Aria is going to come up and walk you through the plans in more specific detail.
Okay.
No. It's not yet. No, hold on. We get there. Good evening.
Hey, REA.
I could do 2 at once to save time. Taylor summarized it pretty well, but I just want to go through the site plan. The bulk of the building is oriented on the left side of the site as you're looking at it from Main Street. And then there's this open-air sort of arcade, which, as Taylor mentioned, is covered in the front, so it's just like an opening in the facade from the front. Let me just get this up there. Okay, it's working now. So we have some elevations and renderings. We're trying to fit it into the Main Street buildings. With the brick, there's a simplified upper cornice. We have some detailing in the brick and traditional sort of Main Street storefronts. And then there's this large open area in the first floor of the facade that leads back to the courtyard arcade thing. And the storefronts wrap around there. If you're looking at the front on the right side, there's a little built-out display, so it keeps it as part of the facade, but it's there's just a display thing there and opportunity for lighting. And we also did try to look at some building accent lighting on this one. That was the first one that we looked at after you joined and made some lighting comments. So we do have some details that highlight the building. Yeah. As Taylor mentioned, we're eliminating that driveway out to Main Street, so there's an extra parking space on the street. The trash is screened at the back of the property, and it'll be, rolled out on trash days when they do the pickup and put back in the enclosure area. The mechanical equipment in this one is on the ground. It's in that little pocket on the right side of the building. You can see it in the site plan. And you wouldn't really see it from anywhere. But there's also a fence along the property line, so that would be completely screened on the ground. And I think that's essentially the.
Okay. Great. Thanks. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. So we'll make the rounds, starting with Ms. Quinn.
Okay. Well, first, I guess this didn't make it into my letter, but I just wanted to say, looking at the plans again, that I do appreciate kind of what you've opened up here in terms of the smaller retail spaces. I think we do hear a lot of demand for smaller spaces for retail. So by kind of creating this corridor, you've allowed for multiple stalls in this long building, which I think it could be a really beneficial addition to Main Street. So that wasn't in my letter, just wanted to say that. For the EAF, there's just a few responses there where if you respond yes, we need additional information, and so I was just noting those to be completed. One thing that I'm trying to better understand from the site plan and the renderings is the connection of this building, or how this interacts with 304 Main Street, which is quite close, right? Happy Valley has that open space adjutting it. And I know you're proposing an open space, but there is that initial kind of building. And I was just trying to better understand what's happening there. It looks, in one of the renderings, it looks like there's maybe a gap between the existing building and this one. And so I was just kind of thinking about what's happening there. Is that just going to be like a lost negative space, or is that filled? Or maybe that's just an issue with the rendering and the buildings are touching. And then I did notice when looking at you provided some photos, which I appreciate when you guys do that, the local photos around the area. That building does have some windows, so I was just trying to understand how those windows are being impacted by either the rose trellis or this new addition, and then just kind of flagging that for fire separation or any purposes like that may be there. So not necessarily my area of expertise in terms of the fire aspect, but just flagging that as something for those who are experts to review. I did just want to note that the project complies with the CMS zoning regulations, which permit obviously multifamily uses on the upper floors and commercial on the ground floor. And then I think the proposal does support a lot of the stated goals of the CMS district, including the creation of pedestrian-oriented public realm and a mix of uses. And I think this site plan goes a little step further than some site plans to do that. So just acknowledging that. The frontage occupancy, and I hear your explanation about because we're providing kind of the column on the one side that the facade continues. Not quite, I'll have to look a little bit more, I guess, into that definition. So I think the bulk table is showing 99% frontage occupancy along Main Street where 80% is required. I did the quick calculations with like a 14-foot entrance or gap. It looks like you're at 72%, and I think the board does have the ability to reduce that requirement if it serves the goal of providing lighter air and a surface lighted pedestrian passageway to public space.
Also on that, if I can just chime in for a second, that calculation that you did is just on the first floor, right? Because we have a full facade above. So
yeah.
I think that opening in the facade is part of the facade design and not something that was necessarily left out. But either way, we can come to some agreement on the definition.
Yeah, I think it just has to be clarified what exactly, whether I hear, like I said, I hear your argument that you're saying full frontage or 99% frontage occupancy on the upper floors. Ground floor is an opening to a pedestrian space. There is the ability in the code for that to obviously be permitted because of what you're proposing. So I can look a little bit closer at that and work with Brian to figure out the definitions of everything to make sure that that's being met appropriately. Another one on building height, our favorite thing to discuss. So the proposed building height is stated as 38 feet from sidewalk grade to roof deck. That's what you're showing. The definition of building height talks about the highest point of the roof. So again, this is just a little bit of an interpretation needed in terms of, is the top of the parapet, which is above 38 feet, the highest part of the roof, or is it the roof deck? And again,
on that one, sorry, again, there's another section of the code that says that parapets under 5 feet don't count towards building height. So I'm pretty sure we're good there.
Okay. Is the roof deck intended to be used for, nope, not accessible by residents? No. Landscaped area, similar question to previously, just show us how you're getting to that. Right. Parking standards, noting minimum is 0, right? In the CMS district, we have a 0 parking requirement as a minimum, maximum of 19 spaces. Zero proposed on site, obviously, as not indicated on the site plan. And then I believe the applicant provided a parking assessment identifying the municipal lots and on-street parking with capacity within a 300-foot radius and a 500-foot radius for consideration. So it seems that they have identified on-street and municipal parking capacity within the area. Commending the closure of the curb cut, not only John Clark, but planners the world around are thanking you for doing that. It's kind of planning 101 to close as many curb cuts as you can and reduce turning vehicles on a pedestrian way like Main Street. And then building design. So again, I think for this kind of similar question or comment to one of my previous letters, which you should just be getting used to since you're the architect on all of these, that it might be helpful to just kind of go through. You don't have to go through the HDLO section, but there is the design requirements of the CMS district. So it would be helpful if you kind of went through those, and then specifically the transparency calculations. It looks like you meet them, but let's just note that on the plans, how those calculations are being met. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Russo.
We would like to have an inflow and infiltration or I&I study conducted of the existing site and buildings. More or less a pre and post drainage analysis of the site as is and what's proposed there. I know there's drainage coming through the corridor, the mallway coming out. I don't know if we're looking to infiltrate any of that, possibly depending upon soils. But that would be beneficial. We'll need a construction cost estimate for all the work proposed within the city's right-of-way. Notes should be on the plans referencing where all the survey data came from. So there's nothing on there with regards to that. Natalie covered that one. And then there's just some cleanup work on the grading and utility plans.
Great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, look, this, as much as I want to lament the removal of that old wood structure, this has a lot going for it. It's, this approach to creating this, this sort of alley of discovery is really unique. I'm very much in support of the way you've sort of handled the site in introducing that. I think this is the first sort of introduction of this sort of modern canopy quality over the sidewalk. So it's just, to my aesthetic, it's all very good. I really like the fact that you've engaged the corner there with that sort of retail display. But there's something about that canopy and then the element above it that's starting to kind of send me hospital vibes. And I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just something about, I think it's the canopy. And it's not to say remove the canopy entirely, because I think there's that articulation that's quite nice, and especially the way it leads you into that that nice retail, and it looks like you've taken a real step toward creating a lighting approach to that's compelling, especially at night.
We would have ignored that except for James.
What's that?
We would have ignored that except for James.
Yeah, see?
Well, I got some comments for you.
Yeah.
People would have been walking.
So yeah, I think, and I think, just in terms of the materiality, the brick, and then the punched windows, it's again, that's given me sort of Louis Kahn vibes. There's a lot of nice qualities about this. I think it just ultimately, at the end of the day, comes down to some of the refinements. And again, it's just dealing with that sort of hospital element. I think it's that canopy that's doing it for me right now.
Yeah. No, we can look at the detailing. I mean, we just thought the canopy was important as part of the thing that draws you into.
Yeah. No, I think it's a nice element.
Yeah.
But again, I think you may want to just kind of tweak it a little bit,
Yeah.
Whether it's the materiality or the fact that it's solid underneath. I don't know, maybe it's something a little lighter, or, introduces a bracket language. It could be anything. But, and then, as the building's sort of seen from a distance, especially the side elevation, the way that the, how you're sort of gathering the, actually, those aren't even windows. Or maybe, no, they are. How you're sort of gathering the windows into this vertical inset. I'm still kind of on the fence on that. It's again, it's one of those elements that's adding to sort of this perception of height. It's like, it's like wearing stripes. Short people want to, feel taller, so they wear stripes, vertical stripes. So anyway, those are my initial observations.
Thank you.
May I
Anyone
jump
else?
in?
Yeah.
Yes, please. I really like this. I think it's very interesting. I love the whole idea of the, what'd you call it, Discovery Alley?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's compelling. I appreciate your lighting layout. It has a sophistication to it, right? So it has layers, and you're kind of working with different form factors here, which makes it really interesting. Just a couple things just to think about when you start getting into layers like this and you start using multiple different form factors. Every manufacturer manufactures LEDs differently. So one manufacturer's 2700 degrees is not the same as another manufacturer's 2700 degrees. So it's not enough to just call them all 2700 degrees and expect them to line up. So you gotta find kind of like match the layers. So for example, the linears on the project, ideally they should come from the same factory because they'll have the same build to the LEDs, and therefore the color temperatures and the outputs will align with themselves, right? So the L4s and the L5s, wherever you decide to go, just consider maybe picking one company that offers you the best of both, right? The other bit that tends to go wrong with those linears is that if you don't get something with a uniform lens, it tends to create diode dots, and you have a lot of coves in here. When you get into this level of sophistication in lighting, you have to really watch those details because it could go south fast, right? So the detail on the cove, I'd love to see how they interact with each other. And the corners become very, very important on how those corners of those coves come together. Otherwise, you start getting, again, it goes south really fast with this. But overall, I think it's really interesting. Thank you.
Cool. Anything else?
Quick question.
Yeah.
When I think of arcades, I often think of kind of Art Nouveau era. And I'm wondering if something more traditional could be done above the canopy, maybe instead of that bay window with the all glass, maybe like balconies with a decorative, maybe a more decorative wrought iron railing that would sort of, it would still be asymmetrical. It would be an interesting feature above the canopy, but maybe something a little bit more traditional.
Yeah. Another way to treat it, yeah. We'll look at that.
I kind of like it. It's weird because, I'm so sorry, it's weird because it's kind of bringing me back to your building that's next to the telephone, and I know that's a very sore subject, but there are details in this that work that seem to get people very angry on the other one, right? And it's this proximity to the other building, and for some reason it's where this lies, these things start to work for me.
No, although we still haven't heard from the public on this yet.
Oh, yes, of course. It's nice.
No, it's a good point. Anything else, board?
Yeah, I'll add some, I'll make it a little spicier. John, I'm glad you brought up the awning does have, and I'll start nice. I think the awning is an opportunity that is going to be a benefit here. It's not designed in a way that, it doesn't need to be elaborate, right? But it needs to have a family resemblance to the other horizontal elements, in my opinion, like the cornice and the other parts of this. What set me off, and also I just want to let you know that I do like the fact that this has a different, like the arcade going back. It's an opportunity for a number of things that are happening. I'm in support of the plant layout. What I think is weird looking is the sort of storefront curtain wall element above the awning, right? Is that the rest of it has this, it's brick, vertical rectangles, right? Maybe not the best, there's not a lot of articulation, there's not sashes shown, right? It's just fixed glass. But that's not so bad. Well, there's two things. One of them is It's not a curtain wall, right? So it's not constructed like that. It's sort of fake, and it's also cheap storefront. So it doesn't really, if you are going to use a modernist element that's that's contrasting to a traditional fabric, right? And Cross Street, if you remember Cross Street on the corner, when they did that, they had a very cleanly detailed bay windows that they used as articulation, right? To break up their facade, and very plainer brick planes, right? They had a much more modernist, they managed to pull off a much more contemporary and modernist interpretation of the traditional fabric on Main Street, okay? What this is sort of just, it's like two things that aren't quite developed enough and don't look, it really is a terrible detail to have that storefront, in my opinion. I think it stands out, I think it needs work. The other problem I have with it is that you're not showing the floor go through, right? So what you have is, if you zoom in, there's curtains.
Can I just to make sure that people are understanding you, when you say storefront, you're meaning that two-story tall window?
Yeah,
assembly above the awning, just to make sure.
But the construction
Because
of
there
it
is
is
a
two by
store-
through, yeah,
there
there's
is
a
a first floor
storefront, I don't have any
but that's not
problem.
what you're talking
The
about.
storefront's fine.
Oh,
But
thank
using,
you.
I don't have any particular problem with it. Number one, the floor is going to hit that glass unless the people in the bedrooms are very close to each other that are stacked there, right? So there's going to be a floor that separates, and right now it's shown as clear with curtains going through it. And that's just an artifact of your renderer, but in fact, it's going to be broken up. It's not going to be this continuous thing of glass. When you have spandrel panels... No, understood. But what I'm saying is you're going to start making it worse and worse as you make it more realistic, right? Because that solid spandrel panel is going to be a material. It's going to have a similar problem that we're having with Beekman, right? Is that people are zooming in on that those metal spandrel panels as a modernist, like commercial detail. And if you articulated this in the way that traditional, it can be glass, right? But so that it was windows or window walls, right? With a floor showing so that it showed that construction, you might be able to pull this off a lot better. And I think it would really benefit the project. I think you can do it, but I find that particular element so, like, it's just, you don't have to be elaborate, but it's so poorly developed, I think. There's an opportunity for something much better to happen there. Anyway.
Okay.
Too spicy?
That wasn't that spicy. I should have been meaner.
I think if I speak Kevin, this is a slam dunk. So, but for a first rendering.
Careful, don't hurt yourself.
We have a lot, we know we have a lot to go, but we appreciate the comments tonight, and that the board and Kevin, yourself, were willing to provide that feedback. I know sometimes I try and tease that out, and I think the applicants here want to see that vision, and I think the embodiment of that alley of discovery really is what they're going for. And I think that'll be a really crucial part to helping the vitality of the commercial spaces. And again, as brought up by Natalie, the size really is an emphasis, and that's the applicant's reaction to seeing and knowing the real estate market, and of course knowing what can work for a site like this. So, yeah.
Cool. Okay. So just as far as architectural review, did we already talk about this? It's all blending together.
We haven't talked about.
Do we want to keep this full board? Do you think we can?
It hasn't not worked. I guess the main reason for doing the sidebar or a separate one is to streamline the planning board process, partly because we go on and on, obviously, because we're all excited about this. And the other one is so that we can speak frankly, right? And if that's as frankly as I'm going to speak in this, I don't think
there may be a benefit to having some greater transparency than the ARBs, which are not recorded. Given some of the interesting things.
Fair. I'm good.
But as long as we can spend the time on it.
Let's keep
And
it
I think
fine.
and maybe if we, we go back to ARB when we have a number of projects stacked up that, you know, it makes sense to do ARB because we have 3 or 4 things to review.
Yeah.
With some of these.
It's worth noting there's always minutes taken during the ARB meetings,
Yeah,
and
oh, yeah,
those are
absolutely,
available,
but-
just so they're not, so people don't know that there's a record.
There's always
Yeah,
a
for
record.
sure.
It just
Right.
doesn't
But
have the
it's not
same
quite
quality of
the same as
everybody
being
able to
recorded like
sit and
it-
listen
like
to us.
these are.
Yep, okay. So what else can we do for you?
Just initiating the secret process for an unlisted action for the application, I think, for a coordinated review.
Right, so do we want to circulate intent to act as lead agency? Yeah, so I'll accept a motion to do so.
Motion.
Motion by David.
Seconded by Len.
Second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
And just if I may, point of information, is this referred to the ARB subcommittee?
No, we're
Okay.
going to do full board.
Got it.
Thank
Then
you.
no. Thank you.
You got to sit and listen to us all.
I need a minute.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me just hop up. I'll be right back.
Oh, more coffee?
More DoorDash?
Oh, okay.
I was going to say.
Result of coffee.
Next time, when we come.
Order in the court.
Take a ham on rye.
Hello again.
If I may, Your Honor.
You may approach the bench.
May it please the court.
Oh, don't.
Where's this site?
It's the witching hour. Okay, good evening. So I need to announce agenda items. So this is number 8, final item on our regular agenda, review of applications for subdivision and site plan approval, 5-unit multifamily dwelling, 193, 195 Main Street.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Travis Kelsey. No, Taylor Palmer, the law firm of Cuddy and Fader. Got my Taylor Swift things mixed up here. On behalf of the applicant, we are joined this evening by the project architect, R.A. Siegel, as well as my colleague Jessica Zalen, and the project engineer, Mike Bodendorf, who I gave credit for the last application. That was actually supposed to be Dan Kohler, who has since left. We are also joined by the applicant himself, Mr. Barisha. As you know, Mr. Chairman, we are before you this evening for another initial review, this time for an application for site plan and lot merger approval, proposing to install a new 3-story multifamily building containing 5 residential units. We're also proposing to merge the 2 lots that make up the property. The main lot will contain the proposed new building with a small second lot connecting to Cliff Street, which provides access to the building. So we'll show that visually in just a moment. It's included in our Exhibit A as well. Before I do turn it over to Aria and Mike to walk through those site plans, like the prior applications, I want to give you a quick background for the proposal for the benefit of the board, just to orient you all around the property, as is more fully detailed in our planning board application submission dated April 29th and was discussed during a pre-submission meeting with city staff on February 19th. The applicant proposes this 3-story mixed-use building with 5 residential units in the back of the building to the rear of the premises. Currently, the front portion of the property is improved by 2 existing 3-story and partial 1-story mixed-use buildings that front on Main Street. The 3-story portions of are along Main Street with the 1-story portion behind. The existing buildings that you all know are occupied by Beacon Bread on the first floor with residential uses above and also storage above. The rear portion of the property is currently undeveloped. This is where the residential buildings are proposed to be constructed. This is another instance where the majority of the property is located in the CMS district, so all the construction, all the development will be in the CMS zoning district. We are in the HDLO for this property, and then there's the smaller lot that I mentioned that accesses the property off Cliff Street out to, which is yes?
That drawing is not a part of our package.
There's 2 sets, there's 2 drawing sets, they're separate.
What?
Another drawing set.
I see attachment 1 plans by R.A. Siegel.
HDL?
And then there's attachment 2
Oh, here we go.
is another set of
HDL
plans.
little?
Got it, thank you.
So, right, so we're the CMS zoning district, and then we're in the historic district and landmark overlay district, which is an overlay on certain properties that are designated as such, and then a portion, the access portion, the strip out to Cliff Street, is in the T, or transitional district. The property also abuts, as similar applications in the CMS, the transitional district. So multifamily in this district is permitted as of right, and there are certain restrictions as to where first floor residential would be. The property is next to the east of it on Cliff Street, and there's the public parking lot that you may be familiar with next to Beacon Bread. The surrounding area does include a mix of residential, commercial, institutional uses predominantly characterized by mixed-use buildings with retail shops, eateries, banks, and otherwise. There's also a residential development, including single-family, two-family homes south of the property, and then further north. And there's another application that's actually pending before the zoning board at 6 Cliff Street, which would come up to the back of this. The proposed 3-story building will have the 5 residential units. The building will include one bedroom unit on the first floor and two bedroom units on each of the second and third floors. Access to that building will be provided by the entrance driveway off of Cliff Street. The minor site improvements are also proposed, including 2 parking spaces, one of which is accessible, and then landscaping, internal walkways, and then, of course, the associated water and sewer infrastructure. I think Natalie mentioned on a prior application. For this application, we will be providing a supplemental parking analysis. That has not yet been prepared by Colliers, so we will include that to justify the off-street parking related to the project. So with that, I will turn to REA, who will also please discuss his conversations to date with the fire department as it relates to New York State Fire Code for this application and installation of a sprinkler, among other things. So, REA, please. Yep, sorry.
Did you say you're merging the lots into one and then subdividing again? Or is it, no?
No,
they're
we're
gonna
just
stay one
merging.
lot?
Yeah, there's going to be 2 buildings on 1 lot. So if I said that, my prior applications, I said, we finally had one where we weren't merging a lot. This one is one case, so it's the little sliver lot access that's being merged into the lot.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Oh, because that sliver's a lot.
Good evening. REA Siegel, representing the applicant, and the applicant is here with me. Yeah, so basically Taylor summarized it pretty well. We did have a meeting with the fire chief about some conditions that would affect this, and basically we're keeping the building height at 30 feet, which takes away some issues with, access. So he has reviewed it with Brian's predecessor and was comfortable that we meet the fire code issues here. And so just on the floor plans, as Taylor said, there's one apartment on the first floor, which is, more than 50 feet back from Main Street, so the residential use is also allowed there. We're keeping a cutout so that there's access to the existing rear yard of the existing buildings, just so they can get back there and get things delivered. It's not meant to be a drive-through, but it's just maintaining some access through there. And then the upper floors are just sitting on top of that, and the parking is also below the building. There is a little over 10% landscape. We landscape some of that area at the entrance over here, and then also paved and landscaped some of that area behind the existing buildings. So we're still looking at the building design, but the idea is that it's going to be pretty simple. It's not really seen very much from anywhere. You can get some glimpses of it, through that parking lot. But we're going to use brick. We're going to detail it more than this, but it's going to be fairly simple building back there. And that's sort of the introduction.
So this is wood frame with brick clad?
Yeah.
Good. Anything else?
Not right now.
Okay. We'll go in reverse order. Mr. Russo.
So I have spoken with Brian, the building inspector. I've asked him to speak further with the fire chief with regards to access to the site. Looking at that access way that it is its own individual parcel, once you get to the rear of that, I don't understand how a vehicle can make that turn actually without entering on to somebody else's property. I mean, I know there's pavement there, but that gets extremely tight. You're talking, you've got 10.57 foot width on that, and as you get to the rear of that and it angles, it does squeeze down in that one area there. So I would like to see actual vehicle turning movements in that area, that you're not crossing onto neighbors' properties where you may need easements
Especially emergency vehicles, right?
Well, that's why I'm asking Brian to speak further, because, although the fire chief says he walked 200 feet, somebody's having a heart attack back there in the ambulance and it needs to get back there, are they going to be able to do it? And although it's 10.7 feet wide, you have curbing that narrows that down to even 9 feet up towards Cliff Street on the one side. So, we're really necking this down considerable. So I do have concerns with access for this overall. Other things we'll need, lot consolidation plan. An I&I study should be conducted for the entire parcels. Pre and post drainage analysis, and see what we could do to reduce stormwater. Need notes referencing where the survey data from the that's shown on the plans comes from. We should show the areas of the snow storage. Note number 5 states to see where it's at, but it's not delineated on the plans. And there's just some other cleanup items on there. Although the plan notes 2 parking spaces to the rear of the building, whereas note 1 on the plan states parking for the residential use is provided on site. And it also said elsewhere, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I need to coordinate some of those notes on there.
Okay. Yeah, and there's just other cleanup items through the utility plans and demolition plan.
Yeah, okay. Natalie?
I think you maybe touched on this on the intro, but if you could say again, I was just trying to clarify the existing commercial business. Is this driveway currently being used to get back to the back of this site? Are they currently coming around the back for deliveries or anything at all? Or I know there's like that cooler and stuff back there, so I just was trying to better understand, like, how is the rear of this site currently being used, and will that be continued under the new plan?
Yeah, my understanding is that they don't access it that way. They have been, taking deliveries from the front or from the parking lot, which, it's just been something that's going on in reality.
Yeah.
But no, they don't use that back area.
Okay. And then you noted this, I was just trying to wrap my head, I'm not as familiar with this building. There's no residential on the upper floors. Upper floor says office, or is there residential above?
On the new? Or?
On the existing?
Residential.
There is.
Yeah.
Just update the application form then to clarify that. Is resi. Parking standards, the CMS district, as we've said, does not require a minimum number. A max of 5 parking spaces is permitted for the proposed 5 residential units. And then 2 parking spaces are currently proposed, and as they noted during their presentation, there is a parking analysis that's forthcoming. With regards to parking design, I guess this kind of already got covered a little bit by John, but I was just hoping that if proposed driveway, kind of the dimensions of that and the stalls could be provided on the site plan, and I was having a hard time identifying the second parking space. I saw the ADA in the loading.
Yeah, I couldn't find a third space they were calling for.
Is it 3 or 2?
2, yeah.
Yeah,
So is this long one a space?
There was another spot that had actually called
Yeah,
for
we'll
3. So I wasn't sure if they were double
So,
stacking
yeah,
or...
just showing those exactly in the dimensions. Similar to other comments, since this is in CMS and the HCLO, kind of doing a little narrative of how you think this project responds to those design criteria would be helpful. Refuse, where was that going to go? Did I miss that? I was just trying to figure out where trash is going to go.
Oh, yeah, we'll get that on
Show
the
that on
plan too,
there.
but that, yeah, the idea was we were going to utilize that under the building area.
Okay,
But we'll get that clarified.
Okay. And snow storage, landscape area, you're showing the 5%. So again, that's like to the planning board's discretion to allow that 5%. So maybe just explaining the accessibility to the public, and then again, showing us your calculations and how you got there. And then I wasn't sure if any new lighting was going to be proposed back here for the parking area.
Yeah, I mean, we will get lighting.
Get there.
Yeah.
And that was it for now, based on the current plans.
I have one other one.
Yep.
Is that a yawn, or I could tell that was a face at me here?
It's just been a long day, not you.
So, I know
Just
where
for
I
John.
found it. The parking, thanks. The parking loading table. It actually says you're providing 4 parking
Yeah,
spaces.
no, that's something,
Let's see, no, okay, so
yeah.
there's,
No, we'll take care of all that.
Needs fixing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be fixed.
So, you're taking us on a roller coaster.
Yeah.
This has been an interesting part of the journey. This is odd, to say the least. Obviously, all of the concerns around emergency access, well-founded. I think just by the fact that this isn't necessarily visible, I think it might be from parts of Main Street across the parking lot, but just because its visibility is limited doesn't mean you can,
Oh, no, that's going to get developed.
It needs work. It needs work.
Yeah, I just wanted to
aesthetically.
sort of work out the massing of it.
So let's just put it this way. It definitely needs work. I
Yeah.
won't go into too much detail about what I think it needs. I do think my main observation is this sort of Le Corbusier quality of lifting off the first floor on stilts, but also creating living space on that first floor.
Yeah.
Where you've got that deep recess on 2 sides, that's going to be abysmal. It's just going to be dark. And you're in this, your other exposure for all 3 stories is the back of, what is it? Well, no, it's the back of the, the businesses. And then, the building to that would be east. So it's again, just thinking about the experience of these people living here. Ugh.
Yeah,
That's all I got to say. So let's work on that. And then the aesthetic of the building, obviously, there's work to do. So
Yeah.
I'll at least hold my comments on it until the next time around.
Yeah. No, well, next time it'll be more developed.
Yeah.
Is
Go ahead, Lynn.
that 3rd floor going to be kind of looming over the backyards of those Cliff Street homes? I mean, it's going to be kind of right behind them, right? But I don't know if that, I know that White House is either being lifted or there's some significant work going on, or it's being demoed or renovated, but those
Yeah,
two.
you're right. It's basically, it's a good, what is that, 8 feet from the back of that White House?
I mean, their backyards, you're going to be 3 stories,
Yeah.
above, and
I was going to mention also, you've got that cutout for those little balconies
Jeez.
on that facade.
They
You
are
really
so
got to think
small.
about that.
Sorry to interrupt.
and I agree 100% with John said, that especially on that first floor. I think it's the kitchen window that looks over the recess. It's going to be gloomy when you're in there at 5 o'clock washing dishes or preparing food. You're going to be
It's
looking
just
into,
depressing to think about.
the kind of shadowed.
Sorry. So, anyway, yeah, so we'll see you next month.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you need? Secret. Oh. Authorized notice, circulation of notice of intent to act as lead agency. I'll accept a motion to do so.
Motion.
Motion by David.
Seconded.
Second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Wait, quick question. I wanted to ask, the pillars on the first floor, are those steel or are they wood?
First floor.
Pillars, columns.
Holding up the building.
Like
Right.
Corbusier.
Like if I hit one of them with my car.
Pilotis,
Steel.
I believe.
Steel.
Steel?
Steel.
Like if you ran into.
Okay, and then
if
the
you
other
rammed one
question,
with
and I
your
don't
car.
actually think this is a problem, but I wanted to raise it. We're talking about doing a lot merger here, which is going to be merging lots from 2 different zones, P and CMS. I don't really see anything on my review that makes that a problem, but
We did the
just
same thing
wanted to
for
flag it.
416 Main Street, where we had to merge the lots, split zone.
There is language in the code about discouraging it, but I don't think it's
It's
prohibited.
still less restrictive provisions don't extend to the
Correct.
other part of the lot, is what it says.
Only
But
thing I
like
wanna-
I said, I don't see that being an issue, but somebody else might, which is why I wanted to raise it.
Understood. And just for point of information, I think just to the chairman's point about, and the comments about this, how this site interacts and sort of the utility or the function of these apartments. I mean, while we did propose a drive-through in a building that did have residential units above and tried to encourage, all I'm saying is that different sites and different functions serve different purposes. So we're looking at this is certainly a unique property and a unique opportunity, and I think we're trying to work that through, and the design changes RA said is going to evolve, but this is a unique site behind the building, and behind, in sort of that transitional neighborhood. So we're hearing you. We're not by any means done with this, but I think it's, just because it's different doesn't mean it can't work. So
Never
we're
said
trying to
that.
make it.
The other thing I wanted to mention was if you have any background information, if you've discovered anything about how that smaller lot was created,
Okay.
that would be helpful.
Yeah.
It was probably created to provide access to the lot
Yeah,
because they
I
were
mean,
building houses.
But why, it's
Yeah,
so
there's-
strange
There's
and
no,
shaped.
there's
It's
no
just
doubt
like-
that something can be done
maybe
here.
it was
It's a
even
matter of what
purchased
that something
from
is.
landowners, but it-
And
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
of this
I'd
site's
be interested
uniqueness,
to
it's
know
just,
what
it's,
that is.
it
Yes.
poses
Look it up.
that much greater an opportunity and challenge.
It does.
So, there's work.
Fair enough.
All right. Thank
So-
you.
Well, because you
Okay.
only go back to the 1950s on
Do you have anything to do with the
County clerks
extension request?
online.
Yeah.
Not that one, but
No.
I can pretend.
No. So we're done with our regular meeting agenda. Do you guys need to stick around for any of the other? Yes.
So the local law, and then you also have the extension request that Mr. Thyberg is here for.
So it's a question whether you want to sit through the certificates of appropriateness, there's two, before we get to those, or whether we want to shift the agenda. My view, the certificates of appropriateness should go pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So let's
Agreed.
Whatever
let's
works.
just roll through. Yeah. So we're going to do certificate of appropriateness review for 6 Prospect Street, new single-family house. Good evening. Thank you.
See ya.
Good night, John. Safe home.
Feel like the out-of-place architect here. I hope I'm not stepping on any toes. And thank you for not skipping.
How'd you get in here?
Where's your shirt?
You better just watch your back on the way.
All right, over here, buddy.
I know, I mean. So, my name's Brandon Petrell. I'm with Maury Architects. I'm here to represent the applicant for 6 Prospect Street. It's a single-family home. It's in significant disrepair. The applicant is proposing to repair, reconstruct portions of the building. It's about 700 square foot footprint, and they're going to put about a 400 square foot addition on it. So as you can see, obviously, it's not much to look at this point. So what we're proposing is a very traditional building, gable roofs, a couple reverse gable accents. They have very traditional materials. So we have horizontal siding, vertical board and bat. We have double hung windows, awning windows. We have some accents materials. We have metal accent material over the porch. We have some brick accents across the front portion of the building. And we have an asphalt shingle roof. They're using a more contemporary color scheme, but in general, it's a very traditional, pretty straightforward single-family home.
I'm curious, at least in the side elevations, north and south, north and south, on the front porch, you have a sort of a shed dormer type element coming out, but then in the front west elevation, I'm reading it wrong.
No, you're good.
I got it.
Okay.
Forgot I said anything.
Not a problem.
It looked to me like the verticals of the roofing coming down was some kind of railing.
I see, yes, no, that was just, that's the metal roofing accent over top of the porch, I think is what you're referring to here?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and then that basically kept the same form of the home except for the addition, as I mentioned, and we added, there is a small, I hate this term, but existing appendage here on the south side of the building. We've kind of dressed that up, expanded the roof for our rear entry off of the driveway as well, just to add a little bit of element.
Yep, looks good. Thoughts, comments, notes, or otherwise?
Are these commercially available windows?
Yes.
With mullions?
Yes.
With the bottom
Yeah, it's a prairie style essentially, but yeah.
I'm just curious, there's proportion things I could critique, but I don't think this is all done like a normal professional designer would pull off all the
Super.
details. I don't have any huge problems with it.
Super nice. Okay, motion to adopt, no, motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by,
Kevin, seconded by Len.
fair enough. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a material board. Does that need to be submitted?
You're
I'm
good.
not
Not
familiar.
anymore.
Perfect.
Okay, next
your
item.
Thank you.
He's right behind you. He's right behind you. Next, oh, there, you again? Jeez.
All right, so this is technically 516 Main Street. I think it's 514 through 518.
Yep. Your-
Existing building, same landlord as the 544 Main Street. They had a similar re-window and recoloring. That was approved a couple of years ago, but same idea nearby.
So it's just the windows you're replacing?
Yeah, and painting the storefront. But the windows are falling apart. So they're just, getting
What
new
is-
windows.
Where is this building?
Sukhothai.
Oh.
My old office.
Your old office, that's right, wow. One of many. I remember when you were also in,
Zaytun.
I just had Zaytun tonight, and I
Yeah.
walked in and I thought, this used to be Ari's office.
You were on the West End at first, where you had a little spot on there.
Not all the way west.
Not all the way west?
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
so,
that was
Memory
Jack.
lane, let's go home.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just curious too, these large vertical windows, are you replacing those too?
Yeah. All the glass is new, basically. They had painted wood originally, and it's
Yeah, and
falling
then,
apart.
so these are wood, metal clad.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What's the type of, is it anodized aluminum?
Yeah.
Is there a color? Is it black? Is it
Anodized black. That's
black?
That's
Oh, I
their
see.
color.
Yeah, anodized black.
Yeah.
Mine-
Okay.
I just have
Do they, so on the windows with the shallow arch, do they meet the profile? Or do you have to do infill
Oh,
on the main elevation?
I think that they are infill right now, actually. They're replacing what's there. And I don't have the photograph with me, but
So, REA, you should know better.
yeah.
So you represented in your rendering that your top sash double hung is going to meet that arc.
Now you have to do it.
Right.
Or.
Is that the case?
I need to confirm that.
What are you talking about?
Do you have the street view there? They just said they're going to match what's there.
Typically, they don't manufacture unless it's a special custom to meet that arc.
Right.
There's like, they must be, they're square on top, so they must be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's like a little panel in there.
At the top level, too.
If I zoom it in, it cuts it off, and I can't. Doesn't give me an opportunity. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
And are you maintaining that one in the center with the shutters, or no?
No.
So that's going to be,
What's happening to, well, no, it's
It'll be
gonna be
glass.
glass.
Yeah.
and then
There is-
then the two, you're showing them bricked up, the two to the side there?
That was a
Ah, messy.
error in the thing, yeah. No, those are also new windows.
You know, we've sent people home for less.
I know.
Yeah, they're squared off. Ugh. REA.
Is there a, what's behind the shutter, right now? Is it sheet rocked over or something?
It was sheetrocked over, but the plan had changed since
Oh,
then.
see, this one's squared
You know,
off.
And they never put a window in there
I'm just
or
asking,
whatever.
because I
Yeah.
have false windows on my house, and if you take those shutters off, they're
Yeah.
sheeting
So it'd be
behind.
that
Yeah.
for all of them.
No,
Because they're not
it
doing
was an opening, and then.
They're not like that anyway.
Some point in
Not
the,
existent.
The shutter.
yeah.
All right, I'll give you a pass. Motion to approve.
I'll take care of it.
Motion.
Motion by David,
Second.
second by James. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you
Don't do
very
that
much.
again.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about the extension. Is that applicant here? Oh, hi. Lucky you. You won the lottery.
You did it.
Be confused.
Yes.
Yeah. This
Adam
is-
Viber, what- I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, this is one of a few extensions you've requested of us. You're back again.
We have, yeah. So the applicant continues to work on the conditions of approval. As you know, there is ongoing litigation.
Yep.
They're hopeful that they're nearing the conclusion of that litigation. But we are here tonight to request preferably 2 90-day extensions. I think as was brought up previously, the nationwide Army Corps permit that was required, we have received coverage under that. Continuing to work on the other conditions, but the litigation is what's been holding things up.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's 2 90 days, not one as it says on the agenda. Is it-
Preferably 2 90 days would be, yeah, that would be preferred.
Okay, so you're amending your request. Yeah, I don't see any reason why not. Any
No,
other?
no changes to the site, no changes to the project. It is what it was.
What's the status of the litigation? When is this? I mean, pending,
They're-
apparently.
It's pending. They're hoping that they're nearing resolution. That's as much as I can tell you.
State court, as an RGA, but as an RGA?
I'm not fully up to speed as to what's going on with the litigation. It's between the applicant and the neighbor. As the board, who were part of the board at the time, probably recall, there's a dispute over the access easement to the south. All the finer details of the litigation that's going on right now, I couldn't speak to.
David, I think it has, because the last I knew, it was in discovery, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so, motion to approve request for 2 90-day extensions of site plan and subdivision approval.
Motion by Len.
Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by David, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Great. And then we have just the wrap up.
I think I have the summary of it. Can I
You
just
got the
start to
summary?
summarize what our comments are? So this is what I think we
Words
got
right in our
to, is
mouths.
that there is general agreement to change the max limitation to square feet, since that will be easier for applicants to address. There's general support for setback to other structures, that new addition in terms of setback of the accessory structure from adjacent properties in those structures. Remember, if there's a house on the, right? Yep. General support, I believe, to establish that the applicant should demonstrate how parking is being addressed on site. And then I kind of have one minority statement that we need more review, not less. And then one comment to address language regarding storage on the second floor, just to make that more obvious. The one thing that I think we still do need to discuss is which units come for ARB, right? So there's,
One
I
other
got your
thing,
trust.
the business entity definition for owner occupied and
The
fixing the
trust.
language.
The
on
family
Yeah.
trust.
Yes.
I have
Okay.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
I have that.
That's a good call out.
Just pitch that over to her, she'll,
owner.
yeah.
Okay, so right now there's 5 types, right? We talked
You know what I'm
about
talking
primary internal, primary expansion, accessory existing, accessory with an expansion, and then new construction. Primary internal already goes straight to the building inspector, so let's not change that.
Yep.
So now we're just looking at the other 4. Are all 4 of those, so this is primary structure with an expansion less than 1,000 feet,
I'd
1,000
say-
square feet,
I'd say keep it building inspector.
building inspector.
Agreed.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Maybe
you're
go
looking
with a lower
skeptical.
threshold.
Wait, what do you mean?
If someone's just doing a minor expansion and we're only talking about a small amount,
Yeah.
maybe say it should come to us if it's more than 100 square feet.
Oh, it's pretty small. That's
Yeah, that is tiny.
Yeah, but if you're actually adding on square footage to the structure, that's,
Well, actually, 100
because
square
I mean,
feet.
1,000 square feet is huge.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, but if you're adding, but what I'm saying is, you're not gonna go through all the trouble to add 100 square
Yeah,
feet.
nobody's going to build foundation for
fair
100
enough.
square feet. So what's that threshold?
For some square footage.
Some square footage. Yeah,
Right.
thank you. Just leave it to make the city
Let me
council do
figure
something.
it out. Okay, existing accessory structures with no expansions. If they're meeting all the setback requirements,
accessory existing.
And they're existing.
So why would that need A or B?
Just using existing envelope or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Go to the building,
Let it go.
directly to the building inspector.
Yeah.
I think it should depend on how big this accessory apartment's gonna be.
No, but if it's an existing
I get that
accessory
it's
structure
an
that's
accessory
not being expanded.
structure.
No changes.
But I might have a really huge existing garage, and if I make the second level of that a 1,200-foot
Well, you're still going to be limited by the max square footage.
Yeah.
And if it's over the max square footage, it comes to you guys for site plan
Right.
review.
But I mean, otherwise it's, what are you
Okay,
doing,
yeah,
changing
no,
the
you're
windows
right,
in or
you're right,
something?
I agree.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, in the spirit of
I
simplifying,
hadn't
right?
seen that interplay, so
Okay.
yeah.
it isn't huge.
Accessory structures with an expansion. So like what we saw tonight, it was an existing garage structure with an expansion above it.
ARB. I
Yeah.
think the
ARB?
next two should be ARB.
Agreed.
And then new
Existing,
construction.
expanded, and then new.
Great.
They fall into the same category of everything else we're reviewing.
Yep.
So then maybe it's not a minority opinion, because I agree with, I don't know if we need to say another minority opinion that we should have more review, because I think we're on the same page.
Okay, great.
It's also very clear.
Clarify expansion of square footage, not footprint.
Yeah.
We don't have that argument.
Yes. They should be the
If
same.
you're going up, like tonight went up, they didn't,
Yes.
Right.
they didn't expand the footprint.
Right, they just went
But
straight
no,
up.
to be honest,
So
if you're
square
not expanding the
footage has to
footprint,
be-
but you are expanding the square footage, that's kind of more of an issue, because you're going up by definition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're saying accessory with an expansion, whether that's footprint or square footage, comes to you all
Yeah.
for ARB.
With an addition. Because it was an addition of a second.
That's the
floor
accessory
That's the expansion
structure.
part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the expansion.
With an addition.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. I will say with addition or expansion. And then I think that's it.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to do on?
No, I think we got self-storage.
Self-storage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That simplifies the process and addresses concerns. I think that's great.
Okay.
Cool.
I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by everybody. Motion by Len. Second by James. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Natalie, if you want to send me your notes on